All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome. If you are new here, thank you guys so much for joining me today and waiting patiently for the intro to finish up. I hope everybody's doing well today. Today is the day. Today's the day. We need some reps today. Yeah, hopefully. If we hit 50 members, we'll do some reps. You know how we do it here. Irfan, I'm doing all right, man. Hope you're doing well. Feeling pretty excited, not gonna lie. Feeling pretty excited. Yeah, we're gonna be talking about Physint today. We got our first look at it, and it's definitely giving me Metal Gear vibes. I think I can safely say that I am not the only one that's getting Metal Gear vibes from this Physint art that we'll take a look at. But yeah, we got the state of play announced today, finally. I suspected that Sony was going to do it on either the 23rd or the 24th. And here we are. Hanzo, you're out of the loop. Yeah, we'll talk about that, Ray. We'll talk about that. A lot of people are wondering if we're going to see more than Saros. So Saros gameplay is confirmed for tomorrow, which is very exciting. This is a game I'm very much anticipating and very excited for. And I ask you guys to vote on your hype level for tomorrow out of 4, because there's only 4 options. And Corey, the legend Landiga, comes in, and he drops 5 membership gifts for you guys.
But that was some fancy shooting. You're pretty good.
He's playing Metal Gear Delta. I'm playing Metal Gear Delta. I got the platinum. Corey, hopefully you get the platinum. This week we're hearing about the Fox Hunt multiplayer. We're going to see. We're going to see. And Steven Leon. Bro. Steven Leon. Coming in out of nowhere. I didn't even know you were here, man. Dropping 50 membership gifts for you guys. Boss. Get hype.
Holy shit.
Damn, Steven. He says, I want reps now. I hide in the shadows. Snake reps. Yo, did you guys see, speaking of Metal Gear, did you see that G Fuel? Now, I don't use G Fuel's products, and I'm not sponsored by them, obviously, but they partnered with Konami for Metal Gear Delta, and they have a shaker that you can buy. And it's like a cardboard box, and there's like a cutout, and you see Snake's eyes. And I'm like, dude, I've never bought G Fuel, but I'm not going to lie, I might buy that. That's pretty sick. But Steven, bro, seriously, thank you so much for that. That is I think that's the fastest we've ever gotten a 50 bomb from somebody. We've only been live for about like 5 minutes. So, guys, if you were lucky enough to receive a membership gift from Steven, make sure you give him a thank you. And when we're done here today, you can go check out some of the members' content. The last members lounge we did kind of a deep dive on the state of PlayStation Studios and talking about what the different studios are working on and stuff like that. And we'll have more members' content coming. I just don't know how much members' content there's going to be this week in particular because we have so much going on in so many events. But Corey dropped 5, and, I was going to say 20 more, and we'll feed the beast, but Steven's got you covered, man. So big shout out to Steven Leon and Corey for dropping 55 member gifts. We will do some reps. Do some snake reps. What? I don't want to know what that is like. 55 is your favorite number? What's good to know, Hanzo? So good stuff. Let me and Raven, I'll read your super chat in just a moment. Let's feed
Boss,
the
do
beast.
you read me? It's time to feed the beast.
Bro. You guys should have a better angle, by the way, to watch Boss enjoy his treats. All right, Luna, when Boss is done, you can get some too. So good stuff. Boss is happy. Let me update the member goal. We didn't even get to talk about anything yet, too. So Let's see here. Where's the member goal? So yeah, I put the member goal back in the bottom left there. I have, speaking of Metal Gear, before we talk about these topics, I bought a new poster. I put Old Snake there for now. He's temporary though. But I bought a new Metal Gear Solid poster, and it's a Metal Gear Solid 1 poster. Going back to MGS1, I'm going to try to help hopefully will that Metal Gear Solid 1 remake into existence now that we got Delta. There's both, right? We did some poster rearrangement, but I also have a new camera angle. I have a different monitor now. So I had no choice but to put my camera at the top of it, but I actually think it works out pretty well. I think the angle's pretty good overall. It cuts off a little bit over here, but Raven X0 with a $10 super chat. He says, "Happy Tuesday, everyone. I hope." Oh, that timing. Hold on. It's okay. So you guys didn't hear that, but literally as I started reading that, it was playing. So I'll replay it. I don't know if it's going to work now, because it randomly played the super chat in between the member gifts being distributed. So I'll read it. He says, "Happy Tuesday, everyone. I hope you have a fantastic day. Today's my birthday. Here at the DMV early in the morning. LOL. Exciting times ahead for PlayStation number 33. Well, happy birthday, Raven. It sucks that you have to be at the DMV on your birthday, though. I don't think anybody likes that. But I'm glad you could still tune in, and I appreciate you dropping some support, man. And yeah, I'm actually feeling very hyped for tomorrow's State of Play. I have to admit, I know it's not a showcase, and we pretty much have our answer when it comes to showcases. Clearly, Sony doesn't do them anymore, which is fine. But we're going to go over the information regarding the State of Play. We're going to read the blog post, and we're going to talk about what we can expect for tomorrow. And tomorrow, we're probably going to, we're going to have a long stream. My noodle arms are present. Dude, I'm telling you, it's this shirt. I'm seeing it too. It's this shirt, bro. Noodle arms. Noodle arms. If for some reason there's some shirts I wear that it makes me look way thinner than I actually am. But it's okay. It's a Metallica shirt, so I'll deal with it. Don't challenge me, Corey. Don't do it, bro. 8-hour streams. We're gonna have a long stream tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, we don't get State of Plays that often. We get them like 3 times a year, maybe. So I try to make it a bit of an event stream, bit of a marathon stream. No pun intended, because apparently Marathon's not going to be there. I do not have a Tool shirt. I need to get a Tool shirt. I do. Luna, you ready? Come on. Boss, don't come back over here. You just had some. Luna, come on. It's all right. I think Luna's freaked out because I changed the angle of her of the cat tower. Come on. There you go. All right. Enjoy. That's thanks to Corey and Steven. My favorite Metallica album? That's a tough one. I mean, And Justice for All is amazing. It's hard not to say Master of Puppets, though, because there's so many incredible songs on that. Orion, Master of Puppets, obviously. Leper Messiah, I like that one. But my favorite Metallica album is Saint Anger. All right, guys. So listen. Oh, yeah, Damage Inc., of course. We're going to dive into the first topic of discussion, which obviously has to be about the State of Play. But before we do that, I want to ask you to please take a moment. If you want to help the stream, if you want to let me know you're enjoying it, or if you're just hyped for the State of Play and the fact that we're able to even talk about this now, take a moment and hit that like button. We're already sitting at 66 likes, so we could easily get that up to 100. We already have over 260 people here watching. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We're going to talk about that too, Diego. There was a 4chan post. I know it's 4chan, but it was apparently a developer claiming that Sony did cancel Fair Games and they are going to shut down Haven. take that with a pinch of salt. So maybe we'll talk about that. But yeah, and if you guys want to help support the channel, like Steven and Corey and Raven, consider dropping a super chat. Memberships. You know how we do it. Direct donations. Everything helps. We are fan funded, and I can only do this because you guys make it possible. So thank you for that. Saint Anger's blasphemous. I mean, Metallica's newer stuff is pretty good too. Their last album, 72 Seasons, I think it was called. Not bad. Not bad. I mean, you could tell like they're still trying to stick to their thrash style, but the Load and Reload albums are underrated though. I know that's like more hard rock and not metal, but they're underrated albums. You didn't like the new album, Gothmog? Well, you can't go wrong with the classics. I mean, Kill 'Em All, Ride the Lightning, Master Puppets, and Justice for All. The Black Album's pretty good too. Oh my God, Ray, we don't talk about that. We do not discuss that. Oh my God. It makes Saint Anger look incredible. Makes Saint Anger look like a masterpiece, bro. Scratching my poster? All right, guys, let's dive into it. All right, yeah. So we head over to the PlayStation blog, and I just want to say that I uploaded a video today at 10 a.m., and that was the exact time that they announced the state of play. I was thinking to myself before I uploaded that video, because it was done and ready to go, I was like, should I wait another 30 minutes just to see if they do announce the state of play? And I was like, nah, they're not going to announce it this early. So
Happy
just
Tuesday, everyone. I hope you have a fantastic day.
Oh, there it is.
Today's my birthday.
Super delayed.
Here at the DMV early in the morning, upload exciting times ahead for PlayStation. Number 33.
Luna, what are you doing? Oh, hold on. She looks like she's about to get into some trouble. Don't do that. You're going to knock that over. Be good. She always thinks I'm trying to fight her. But yeah, as soon as I uploaded my video, naturally, I'm sorry, Luna's being very strange. Naturally, I see you. What are you doing? I'm trying to talk to you guys about the state of play, but she looks like she's about to rip down something. Are you guys seeing this? Every time I look away. You just got the Mafia Platinum? Nice, dude. Yeah, I don't know. There's something going on over in this area. Do you want some more? Is that what it is? You want a few more treats? You know what? I'll give her some catnip too.
I hope maybe Rise of Hydra will show at this.
So, yeah, Armani Pepsi Man Coleman. I'm surprised we haven't seen it by now. There were leaks, apparently. Shit, she's being weird. I don't know what she's doing. Yeah, clearly. I would have thought that we would have seen Rise of Hydra by now, Armani. But it's starting to look like, yeah, maybe it could show up at the State of Play tomorrow. They did say third party's going to be there. I do need to read the blog post to you guys. I'm sorry. I'm just, I'm a little all over the place right now. But heading over to the PlayStation blog, they say State of Play returns this Wednesday, September 24th. It's happening tomorrow at 2 p.m. PT, 5 p.m. ET, and 11 p.m. CEST. So for me, it's going to be at 5 o'clock. So, I'll go live much earlier. They say tune in live for more than 35 minutes of updates and reveals from PlayStation Studios and partners around the world. Tune in live this Wednesday for more than 35 minutes of reveals and news from developers around the world. We will share new looks at anticipated third-party and indie titles, plus updates from some of our teams at PlayStation Studios, including an extended look at Saros, Housemarque's mysterious new title arriving next year. Look forward to nearly 5 minutes of gameplay captured on PS5. I was telling you guys, I'm curious to see what the blog post for this state of play was going to say, because they usually give us a pretty good idea of what to expect with the show. I also want to point something else out here, guys. I saw quite a few people, at least on Twitter. I don't know that I saw many people on the channel, but I've seen quite a few people on Twitter where they're like, I guess the show's not happening. You know, it's not announced yet, so maybe nothing's going to happen this week. And I always try to remind people, and I understand people are going to forget. They're not paying as close attention, nor should they. But I always try to remind people that there's been like multiple instances of Sony announcing a state of play literally 24 hours before they do it. And this is another case where Sony is giving you about 24 hours notice. It's kind of strange that they do it this way. I'm not going to lie, because you would think that they would want more time to like get it out there for people, but they give you 1 day's notice. So I just wanted to point that out. But when we look at the blog post here, they say it's going to be 35 minutes. Now, the question I have is this. They say for more than 35 minutes. So that sounds like it's going to be between 35 and 40 minutes. But then they say at the end, look forward to nearly 5 minutes of Saros gameplay captured on PS5. So like, is that, I mean, they're talking about it as if it's separate. Like, is that going to be part of that 35 minutes? I don't know. But it's in line with what we've seen with other stated plays. So like, if you've tuned into any of the last 4 to 5 stated plays, you have an idea of what to expect already.
Did you see the odd trailer, and do you think it'll be multiplayer?
Yeah, Michael, we're going to watch that trailer together, actually, when we move on to that topic. I did see it. It looks incredible. I think it will be. The tagline of the game is literally for all players. That's the tagline of the game. So it's kind of, it would be a strange tagline to have to then say actually it's exclusive. It would be kind of funny actually if they did that, but Luna, what are you doing? All right, come on, get down. Get down. Oh, whoa, hey, whoa. I'm just trying to get you off the platform. I'm not trying to fight. Okay. I think she's taking over. But yeah, we're gonna check out the OD trailer once we're done talking about the state of play, Michael. And I do think it's gonna come to PS5. There's a big hint. There's actually a couple of big hints in that OD trailer. For example, PT is referenced directly. PT is redacted. And that's super interesting because that's a Konami thing. And, you know, people are starting to draw some they're starting to draw some direct parallels to OD and Silent Hill or Silent Hills. And, you know, I'm not saying anything more than that, but all right, hold on, I gotta find a way to get Luna out of here. Luna, just gonna rip something down. But yeah, dude, OD looks really good, and I do think it will be coming to PS5. You know, it's published by Microsoft, so Microsoft is embracing PlayStation. It's Kojima. I'm sure Kojima wants to put it on PlayStation. So, oh man, these cats, let me tell you. Pepitar said it. He said it. I'm not saying anything. Pepitar, I'm not saying anything. But Michael, thank you for the super chat, buddy. Yeah, exactly. Ninja Gaiden 4 is published by Xbox, and that's coming to PlayStation. Alma. Many times you're saying you hope the state of play is okay tomorrow. What if OD is abandoned? Urfin's going there. We'll save it. We'll save it. We'll save it. So, all right. We know we're getting Saros gameplay tomorrow. Now, what's interesting is they say an extended look at Saros, but then they say 5 minutes. Now, listen, I feel like if you hear 5 minutes, like it's going to be a 5-minute trailer. That sounds underwhelming, but a 5-minute gameplay trailer is actually a lot. That's actually pretty good. So my guess is that we're going to get Saros as the closer. And, you know, I think the real question is this. The real question is Saros truly the closer, or is it going to be like, here's Saros 5-minute gameplay trailer, but then after that, they have a one more thing moment? Well, they do say here, and this to me is the most important line of this entire blog post. And, you know, I'm not trying to like overanalyze these blog posts, but frankly, that's what we do. Okay. So I guess in a way that is exactly what I'm trying to do. But the most important line here is they say plus updates from some of our teams at PlayStation Studios. So they're making it clear that you're going to see more than one PlayStation Studio in this state of play. Now, does that mean we're going to see 3, 4, or 5? No, I would not jump to that conclusion. But what it does confirm is that Saros is not the only first-party game we're seeing. Red Gaming Tech just posted a tweet saying he has a source, grain of salt, he said, that told him both Wolverine and something about Kratos will be at the state of play. I mean, I'll tell you why I believe that. So, I'm sorry if this spoils the show. I'm not trying to spoil it, obviously. I could be completely wrong. But I think what's going to happen is you're going to see about 25 minutes or so, 25, 27 minutes or so of third-party games. And I do think, by the way, one of those third-party games is going to be Resident Evil 9 and the Leon reveal. So that's going to be a big one. But of course, when it comes to third-party, you never know what could show up. I think what Sony's going to do is they're going to end the last 10 minutes in this order. I think they're going to do the God of War 2.5D game reveal, the Metroidvania God of War game reveal. Then they're going to show a new Wolverine trailer. And then they're going to end it with a 5-minute gameplay segment of Saros. Now, that would take, give or take, about 10 or so minutes. Sony always runs these shows a little bit longer than what they say. So they say it's going to be a little bit longer than 35 minutes. It's probably going to be about 41, 42 minutes, if I had to assume. And so I do apologize if that's literally exactly what they show tomorrow, and it's like basically spoiled the day before. But I totally believe that rumor because that God of War game has been ready to reveal for a little while now. Wolverine, the reason why I'm still confident in Wolverine, and I don't want to overhype anybody, just go in prepared tomorrow, you know, as a reality that Wolverine might not show up. All right, I'm just saying
35
prepare
minutes is
yourself
pretty
for that,
lean.
just
They
in case.
specify indies and third party. I doubt everything that's been rumored will be there. Probably Saros and one other thing.
Well, yeah, they do say third parties and indies, and I think that's going to take up the bulk of the show. This is why I'm trying to like divide it up, right? If it's going to be about 35, 40 minutes, I automatically assume the first 25, maybe even the first 30 minutes is third party. That's always how it goes. Sony always saves their first party stuff for the end. But that's the thing. Those three things, the timing is perfect for them. Interestingly enough, by the way, Paul Tassi confirmed that Marathon is not showing up tomorrow, which I'm going to be honest, I'm glad. I'm not trying to be rude towards Marathon or anybody who's excited for it, but I wouldn't want that to be taken up during the first party segment. Like, I'm not that interested in Marathon. It seems like Bungie's going to do their own thing. That seems to be how they're going to continue to operate with Marathon. So when it comes to Wolverine showing up tomorrow, Tom Henderson, his source, and it's a good source. Tom Henderson is extremely reliable. He said that the next Wolverine trailer is done. It's been done for a couple of weeks now. It's ready to be shown. And he says that there is he said, like 2 weeks ago that a state of play is coming. It's probably, that's where it's going to be shown. He did warn that Sony may want to save that Wolverine trailer for the Game Awards, but that's just him speculating. His source did not say that. His source just told him that the trailer's done and ready. So, my question is, why would Sony wait that long? Could they? Sure. But I think Sony knows that Saros, and this is no offense to Saros, because for me it's enough, but generally speaking, it's the big, September state of play. I don't think 5 minutes of gameplay for Saros alone would be enough to carry it. I think Sony is aware that maybe we need a little something extra, And I feel like that's exactly where the Wolverine trailer fits in. I don't think this Wolverine trailer, by the way, is going to be like a 5-minute trailer where we see a shit ton of gameplay. I think it's going to be, again, I think you're going to get the God of War game revealed. That'll be about a minute and a half, 2-minute long trailer. Then you're going to get Wolverine, and that'll be another 2-minute trailer about that. And then the last 5 minutes will be Saros gameplay. And I think that would be good. I think people would be stoked for that. That would be amazing. If that's how it goes down, I'd be super stoked. But Wolverine, they could do it in that way. Yeah, that would be interesting. They could reveal God of War, then show Saros gameplay, and then wait, we have one more thing. Yeah, who am I kidding? Wolverine has to be the closer, bro. No, it's no offense to Saros, but if Sony wants to end the show with a bang, you close it with another Wolverine trailer. But I am prepared to, walk out of that state of play tomorrow not getting Wolverine. We have Rye Peters, member for 29 months. Thank you for that, buddy. He says update for Intergalactic or Cory Barlog's new game will be nice. Plus, in average game trailer is under 3 minutes, so I expect at least 20 games. It's going to be pretty packed. These Stadia plays, they usually do have quite a few games. What the fuck? Saros will be shown first. You think that's what they'll do? They'll open with Saros? That would be a surprise. I have to admit, Garrett, if that's what happens, I would genuinely be surprised. Because if I recall correctly, I don't think Sony's ever opened a state of play with, ironically enough, with a first party. Or no, they did a state of play where they opened talking about Helldivers, actually. So it is possible. It's not usual, but there is a precedent there. So maybe they'll open with God of War. Oh, dude. It sounds like it's going to be a fire show. I'm not going to lie. It sounds like it's going to be a good show. And I'm excited, man. I'm really glad that they put in the blog post to expect like multiple PlayStation studios. I'm surprised they told us about Saros though. And I think that maybe they're doing that to throw us off. But the good thing about Saros showing up tomorrow is I'm fairly certain we're going to get a release date. And I'm pretty sure that release date's going to be a little bit surprising to people. I think the release date is going to be much sooner than we anticipate. They did confirm it's coming out next year. I think it's going to be early. I'm thinking like February, March, or April. So it's not going to be... Yeah, I think Stellar Blade's going to be there. If they're truly done with showcases and maybe one state of play a year could have a slightly different format. Well, yeah, Whiskey, that's the thing, dude. I do think Sony is done with showcases. Except for maybe when they have a new console or new hardware to reveal, like a new generation. Because Because I'll be honest, man, I really thought like this is the month they could do a showcase just because it seems like the timing is right. They haven't done a showcase. Well, to be honest, guys, like after the state of play, this will be the longest Sony has ever went without a showcase. So I do think that indicates that, yeah, they found their new flow. And I'm not opposed to this. I'm not. I know that not everybody agrees, but I think that, a lot of people, they do miss the showcases. They do miss the kind of once a year pop. And Sony hasn't been doing that. The last time they tried to do that was in May of 2023 with the last showcase they did. And a lot of people did not like that showcase. I don't think it's a matter of Sony doesn't have enough for a showcase. I just think Sony would rather spread it out. I think that's what they're going to do, because let me ask you guys this question. This is a bit of a little side quest here, but it does kind of, funnel into the greater conversation here of Sony shows or, studios that we could see. Did you guys see that yesterday there was a bunch of like trailers that were put out, or not trailers, but just videos that were posted on the official Sony account about Naughty Dog and Neil Druckmann and a lot of the team members there, but also Ashley Johnson was in these trailers. And the whole theme of these videos were talking about the process that Naughty Dog goes through to make their games, and talking about the creators and how it's teamwork and everybody has to work together. But they showed footage of Ashley Johnson, and this is not old footage, by the way. That's what caught my eye. And I saw a couple of other people pointing out that this footage of Ashley Johnson in the mocap suit filming scenes at Naughty Dog is recent. Like it could be as recent as this year. And it definitely was not older footage. And this really got me thinking, like surely they didn't just do all that just to film this little video, right? Now, everybody was immediately thinking The Last of Us. And the reason why they're immediately thinking The Last of Us is because that's what they were talking about. They were talking about Ellie. They were focused on The Last of Us Part 1 and Part 2. And so people were like, oh my God, like, did they just show behind the scenes footage of them working on The Last of Us Part 3? What is this? But it did show that it was Neil Druckmann and Haley Gross working with Ashley Johnson. And so my theory, here's my theory. My theory is Ashley Johnson's going to be in Intergalactic, and that footage we just saw of her in a mocap suit doing something is for the role she's going to play in Intergalactic. That's what I think. I think it's a bit of a, bait and switch type situation. I think when you see that, you're immediately thinking she's reprising her role as Ellie. They're working on The Last of Us Part 3. Ashley Johnson's going to be Nathan Drake's daughter in the new Uncharted. Doubtful. I don't think they would do that. But the reason why I even brought this up was because a lot of people are paying attention to the fact that Neil Druckmann's giving interviews. He's talking about Intergalactic. Now we're getting videos of Naughty Dog. And I mean, what if they go crazy, bro? I don't know. I don't want to get too excited. Are they going to show Intergalactic? Is Naughty Dog going to show up? Yeah, they confirmed Troy Baker's also in Intergalactic, and my theory is that we're going to find out Intergalactic is actually just The Last of Us Part 3. That everything we've seen of it so far is actually just a dream or a fantasy, and the next trailer is it's gonna be revealed that it was just a dream that Ellie was having, and then you're back in the world of The Last of Us, and yeah, I think that's exactly what's going on. Could you imagine? Could you imagine? Don't put that out there. I'm not going to lie. That would be the greatest video game reveal of all time. And TP, I'm sorry, buddy. I missed your first super chat. You're saying first party news includes Ghost of Yotei, etc. Well, see, that's the thing. absolutely expect a Ghost of Yote trailer of some kind. Absolutely expect that because yeah, it's coming out next week, so they're gonna have that. And you also say hype levels. My hype level, if I were to rate it out of 10, I'd say it's at a solid 8 right now, dude. I'm feeling pretty good about tomorrow's show, bro. I'm not going in with like showcase level expectations, but I'm going in expecting this is going to be a very, maybe even the best state of play. Yo, I got people messed up in my chat. They're messed up. They're like, oh my God, what if that is what this is? What if Intergalactic was all just a dream? We go through this every time. Where's our Bloodborne leak? Dude, I really think people are beginning to give up on Bloodborne, man. I do. Yeah, Tarnished, we're going to talk about that. I think we got our first look at a PlayStation 6 game or PlayStation 6 graphics. This seems to be kind of going way under the radar, but yeah, he showed off a character model for Physint, and it just straight up looks real. Like, I don't know how else it looks like. It's very, 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 like pretty much impossible to distinguish it, from real life, from the way this person actually looks. So yeah, dude, I think Physint is going to be, probably the best looking game ever made. Yeah, I heard that Herman Holst. I know that Phil Spencer, interestingly enough, Phil Spencer was at the event, which makes sense because OD had a big presentation. But Herman, I don't think, was physically at the event, but he showed up in a video call or something. Come on, Herman, what are you doing, bro? Why aren't you at the Beyond? Because he's filming the State of Play. Now he's got to go. He's on vacation. He's got to go on his yacht in case the State of Play is bad. He's got to dip, dodge all that backlash. No, I'm getting Ghost of Yote. Yeah, I know some people are still in the dark about that, and I see people still surprised. But no, I'll be getting Yote. I'll be covering it. Wait, actually, yeah, Irfan, did Kojima confirm that? I didn't actually watch the entire event. Is Physint going to be made in Decima? Kojima said that Physint's going to look way better than OD. I saw that quote going around, and that's kind of funny because, like, why is bro dumping on his own game already? Like, dude. I'm sure Phil Spencer was happy to hear him say that. I'm sure Phil was elated. It's like, thank you, Kojima. Thanks for that. You couldn't have at least waited. Physint is in Decima. Awesome. Not surprising. Dude, that's crazy. That's going to be crazy. Physint's going to be crazy, man. Dwayne Johnson's coming in hyped. He did not say what engine. Okay. Fascinating. I mean, it's got to be Decima, right? Physint is, yeah, it's not the final name of the game. They're saying it's a working title. You'd venture to say that Physint will be using the next gen Decima for PS6. Yeah, I'm not really sure what else. I mean, the only other alternative would be Unreal Engine 5, but I mean, I guess they could do that if they wanted. Yeah, OD is Unreal Engine 5, confirmed. You think Jordan Peele is a big problem with OD? Oh, I forgot he was attached to that. Yeah, they didn't mention Jordan Peele at all for it. Physint stands for physical intelligence. Well, Sony didn't confirm that they're licensing out Decima, but there was a rumor that we covered recently from a developer that was claiming that Sony's shopping it around. So he's making his own Fox engine. Maybe that could be a big reveal for Physint, that they're actually using their own engine. I don't know. I doubt it. I'm I'm fairly certain that Physint would be using Decima just because the entire studio has, you know, a practically like a decade's worth of experience with it. So I don't imagine that they would just want to do a massive engine switch for a bigger title. That's the thing. OD, for as good as it looks, Kojima still refers to it as a smaller title. And he keeps referring to Physint as like the bigger title. So I think OD will probably be out relatively soon ish. But yeah, let me bring that up. Hold on. Let me bring up, hopefully it'll let me bring it up. A picture of oh wait, it's actually not safe. Hold on. Give me 1 second, guys. See if it's gonna let me. I guess I'm just gonna have to bring up the Twitter post then. Okay. All right, hold on. I'll bring it up. It's just gonna take me a second. Okay, move that to a new window. All right. Let me just move my camera a little bit. So let's take a look at this picture. This is the first official Physint picture, although I have to click on it, see if it'll show it. Of course, it's going to cut it off. See, this is why I didn't want it. I knew this was going to be annoying. Hold on. I think I could get a better view of it if I just go to my profile. Here we go. So this is the first official image, our first look at Physint, and Kojima does confirm that this game is
According
still
to
early in
Genki,
development.
Kojima
But
said Knock is the title for his part of Odd. Other directors like Jordan Peele will make their own parts like Odd, XYZ. Seems it'll be an anthology of horror experiences.
yeah, yeah. So talking about OD, Easy Tone, and thank you for the $10 super chat. That seems to be what people have picked up on, that this is going to be like an anthology. And this makes sense as to why Kojima, when he said a couple of years back when Jordan Peele was on stage with him, he said that he's talking to all the big horror directors. He's talking to all of them. And that was really weird because he didn't elaborate further, but it was like, wait, how many different horror directors do you have working on this one game? But the idea of it being some kind of anthology is super fascinating, actually. And it would also explain why he says it's like a smaller game where, like, I don't know, basically, if you take the idea of what PT was and then you multiply it by 12, but each different version of PT, not literally PT, but yeah, it'll be like its own little contained story uh, directed by, you know, so and so, famous director. That is very interesting. And I do think that if you watch it, we'll watch the OD trailer when we're done talking about Physint. But if you watch that trailer at the beginning, there's like a door and there's like a bunch of slots. And I think that's what was kind of hinting that like each slot is going to be filled in. Um, so yeah, Easy Tone, I'm in agreement with you. I think it's going to be like I think it's going to be an anthology series. And I mean, damn, dude, like that's not something I would have expected. You might have to invest in a Series S for OD. I mean, I'll tell you right now, dude, if it's not coming to PlayStation, I will go wherever I need to play it. But they didn't announce platforms. But the tagline of it is for all players. So it's like, maybe like a certain section, like this one story will be exclusive to Xbox. This one will be exclusive to PlayStation. I don't know. We'll bring the trailer up. I just want to analyze this Physint image first before we watch the trailer. So this is the first official look at Physint we're getting, and it's very striking. It's very Metal Gear. It's very Kojima or Yoji Shinkawa. At the bottom, they have the PlayStation logo. I don't know what that logo is. What is that? Lateral? Do you guys know what that is? I don't know what these two logos are here between PlayStation and Kojima Productions. Is anybody in the chat familiar with these logos or who they are or what they are? You think it looks like Robert Pattinson? We'll talk about that in just a second. I mean, dude, if you look at the right side here, I mean, this is metal. This is like a Metal Gear Solid sneaking suit, bro. That's exactly what this is. We got like the trench coat. I mean, it's got a really interesting style. Oh no, this is 100% a PlayStation 6 game. Yeah, this is a PlayStation 6 game. Lateral is a character animation company. Okay, thank you for that. Physint. The spaces are there for a reason. Oh, okay. You're right. I didn't notice that. There are spaces in between the Y. Huh. What do you guys make of that? I mean, everything Kojima does with this type of stuff. Oh, and by the way, the tagline is "Here comes the feeling." I love it, bro. The tagline, "Here comes the feeling." Kept you waiting, huh? Here comes the feeling. And what was the tagline for Death Stranding? I'll keep. Wait, no. Am I getting them confusing? I know one of them was "I'll keep coming." It's a crazy tagline. Kojima's doing it again, bro. Such a Kojima tagline, dude. Here comes the feeling. You're gonna feel something. I'm gonna make sure you feel something. That's a Low Roar song. I'm pretty sure that was a tagline for one of the games, though. Should we have connected? Yeah, I mean, he has like these taglines for every one of his games. There's also a working title. So yeah, it's probably really hard to see, but right here, right underneath Physint, it says working title in parentheses. But you see the gun he's holding? This trench coat is really strange looking, though. Because I just realized looking closer at it, it's like purposely cut off. I didn't notice that originally. So it looks like when the wind isn't blowing, the trench coat basically is just missing the right arm. And it would cover most of his body. But underneath the trench coat, you got like this skin suit that looks kind of like a sneaking suit. You got some pouches there, which look to be for like magazines for his gun. The gun has a suppressor on it. In the background on the right, you see it looks to be like skyscrapers, almost like a city kind of look. Is that, I don't know if I'm misinterpreting what I'm seeing. but it's got like this kind of noir feel to it a little bit. There's also just the fact that the contrast here, on the right side, it's darker, and that's where you see the trench coat. Things are kind of hidden. On the left, it's white. Really interesting, man. And then if you look at the character's face, of course, people are trying to um, figure out like who's the actor. So 3 actors have already been confirmed for the game. I forget the names of the actors. I think some of them are. I think they're pretty well known. I mean, I'm not well known enough for me to know their names, but um. So Ahoy Tyler, you're saying it's got to be Eddie Redmayne. Um, I think that's who it is. I 100% think that. I know people are saying they think it's Robert Pattinson. It could be, but if you look really closely, I don't know if it'll let me like zoom in here. If you look really closely at this face, I'm pretty sure that's Eddie Redmayne. That looks exactly like him. I'm not too familiar with him though. You're saying please no, why you don't? It's that Charlie guy, Charlie. Hold on, hold on. Let me look up this. Let me look it up. So Charlie Frazier. So she was in in, Furiosa, Mad Max. She's a relatively new actress. But yeah, people think it's Robert Pattinson because Robert Pattinson met with Kojima and they were talking not that long ago. But yeah, I don't know. It really does look like that one actor. I'm not too familiar with him, but Eddie um Eddie Redmayne. Yeah, that looks like who it is. There's this one picture in particular that people were using, and I'm like, holy shit, yeah, that's his face. That's 100% his face. Wonder if it'll. Let me see if it'll let me bring this picture up. It's not letting me bring. Here we go. So, oh. So this is the actor, Eddie Redmayne, and telling you, man, I'm pretty sure that's who it is. Let me see if I can get it even closer. Pretty sure that's who it is. You think I'm reaching? Well, look at the nose, dude. Well, maybe the nose is a little bit off. I don't know. How do I flip this? I don't know. No, it's definitely not him. You don't think so? I gotta hold on. I gotta zoom in further. I gotta get a closer look. Dude, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's supposed to look like multiple people here because we can't get a clear look. I don't, guys. I'm fairly certain that's not Robert Pattinson. I am fairly certain that is not Robert Pattinson, bro. I think people want it to be Robert Pattinson. If you look really closely though at the part on the left side of his face here, where it's a little bit lighter, that does not look like Robert Pattinson, man. Yeah, it actually, like, the closer you look at it, you realize that kind of doesn't look like him at all. Yeah, that's the funniest thing. It's going to end up just being a placeholder model. Wait, what are you saying? I'm pretending to not know. Dylan Jones is right. It is MBG, and MBG is pretending that. Oh, it's me. Yeah, maybe if I had hair, it'd be funny if it was just AI art. I mean, no, it definitely, you could tell it's. See, what's interesting though is the art style is a little bit different from Yoji Shinkawa, from what he normally does. Well, actually, no, that's very much Yoji Shinkawa. I guess I just mean it's not the more stylized type of art that Yoji Shinkawa does a lot of times. He does do more realistic art sometimes. I feel like that's kind of what he's leaning into with this. But I don't know. It's dude, I mean, come on. This is like 100% Metal Gear Solid vibes going on right now though. 100% Metal Gear. I hope it's not another Sony style depressed dad. We can only hope it is. You want to see gameplay? It's going to be a while. It's going to be a long while till we see gameplay. He did say it's still in the very, very early stages. So there is a chance that this could just be a placeholder to just give us a vibe of the overall look of the game. Maybe that's why the face is blacked out. Looks more like Hitman or Splinter Cell. I mean, it definitely, I know I keep referring to it as giving Metal Gear Solid vibes. I don't want to like take away from it. It's going to be its own thing, but I guess I'm just saying, like, you can tell that even just based off of this image, like, you can tell, like, yeah, he's going back to the more action, espionage, maybe thriller a little bit. I don't know. I'm getting that kind of vibe a little bit here, you know, like it's going to have some kind of, you know, certain thriller elements to it. Did I go through my major state of play predictions yet? Kind of. I mean, we'll continue to just talk about the state of play. We're going to be streaming tomorrow as well, so we'll still have a lot of time to talk about it tomorrow too. Coat is on the side of the city. There may be some outfit mechanic to blend in with the public or disguise yourself. Yeah, that's true. That's true. It is leaning more towards this city. And I wonder if it'll be like an open world. Oh, dude, I can't wait. I think Physint's going to be fucking. I know we're many years away from it, and I know people are like, how could you be this hyped for it? But I don't know, man. I have a very, very good feeling. But yeah, we're going to check out the OD trailer now. Let me get that out of the way. Move myself all the way over here. Uh-oh. Michael, did you just see the picture? Did you just see it? Microsoft says every Xbox is out of stock on their store site. Probably because they're going to adjust the prices in the interim. Kojima said it's going to be a culmination of his life's work. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm telling you. I think it's going to be just that. I believe him. Delwyn, you're really looking forward to tomorrow's State of Play. So am I, man. I'm very excited. I actually haven't seen Tenet, but let me bring up the OD trailer. Just give me 1 sec. Wish I could do this crap quicker. All right. Let's check it out. Although, hold on. I need to pull my chat out real quick so I can see what you guys are saying. All right. Now we're good to go. Bro. Bro. Dude, that looks insane. Like, I don't know what I was expecting, but that looks insane. Yeah, it's 100% giving PT vibes. Like, god damn. So they do say for all players and screamers. And it's published by Xbox Game Studios. So I don't know. They don't list any platforms. I mean, jeez. So this right here, this red door.
For all players is definitely Kojima's way of signaling it's not only Xbox even though they legally have to show an Xbox logo.
I mean, it is a very specific tagline. Maybe it's some wishful thinking. It's some hopium. But I agree with you, Easy Tone. I think one of the things too, though, is that like this is leveraging some of like Microsoft's cloud technology or something like that. But I think if you look at this part here, it's got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So like nine different slots on the door. And I think that it's representing that there are going to be like 9 parts to this anthology series with 9 different directors. That's what I think this is signaling. And then when the first text, 10 years since the blank. Now, I want to ask you guys, because people have already been deciphering. They've already been trying to decipher what these redacted texts are saying. So 10 years since the redacted, horror, redacted. The cursed redacted have once again redacted into the forbidden. "10 years since PT." Well, that's the thing. The third line, 10 years since the blank horror, blank. The third one is in parentheses. That has to be PT. Right? "10 years since," you can almost see a little something there. 10 years since the legendary horror game PT. The cursed blank have once again blank into the forbidden. Kojima Productions is 10 years old. The first trailer for OD had the hidden letters AM, AMI. Yeah, I don't know. This is a tough one. I can't figure it out. Kojima. Fuck Konami redacted. Biku fan, what's up? And then there's more, though. Oh, wait. Okay, yeah. So I wonder if the comment section figured it out.
If you like the video, more people can come to help guess the redacted word smile.
Michael Wernath is encouraging you guys to once again hit that like button. Well, yeah, guys, make sure if you haven't hit the like button already, consider doing so. We're at 139 likes. We could easily get to 150. It'd definitely help. There's an N in the middle. Dude, the graphics, though, look crazy. Like, this whole section right here. Oh, I knew there was more. Hold on. The building was blank from a 3D scan of blank found in a blank. Well, I mean, how am I supposed to know? It's a lot. And then blank or blank in a sinister ritual. So this whole section right here reminds me
Check
a
the
lot
posted eye
of
after that
PT.
hard knock. It closes and opens wide. And there is a card for each slot on the door for each episode.
So you can check the posted eye after that hard knock. It closes and opens wide. Ray's really trying to figure this one out. Light the fires to celebrate there. And that's blurred out. It's so creepy, man. Bro, like, I don't know what it is, but that entire section there, just standing in front of the door and then slowly opening it and slowly walking in, the sounds, it's so reminiscent of PT, man. Day one on PlayStation. You're saying watch the post-it. All right, hold on. Oh, you're saying the post-it on the, I'm assuming you're talking about the post-it on the window, right? Dude, the crying baby. Oh my god. What the fuck, bro? Bunch of worms to the left. Okay, yeah, now the eye is closed. And then you can hear somebody walking in. Now the eye opens wide. Dude, that is so fucking freaky. You're whispering. I am so hyped for this. Can anybody make out what was being said? Like, you can hear whispering. I'm guessing the player chose the wrong candle, and this is the death. It kind of seems like it. I'm losing everything without headphones. Yeah, I don't have my headphones on me at the moment. I have to go in the closet to grab them. So, yeah, I kind of heard that. Something saying door. Damn, man. It looks fantastic, though. I mean, it genuinely looks very scary. Like, you can kind of see a figure in the background. You can see the door opening and the figure coming in. It looks very tall. And dude, like, the graphics of this actress, I mean, like, the reflection in the eyes, the sheer terror, she's shaking, like, it's so good. This is so good. I Jeez, man. Trying to get that. It's so quick. Oh my God. Yeah, I can't wait. I don't care. I don't care if it comes to play. I mean, I hope it comes to PlayStation, but if it doesn't, I'll still be there day one, man. Looks very good. It says OD in the end. Play it in reverse. Put captions on. Actually, they're not available. Let's see what the comments have to say. Don't forget to get the demo and never delete it. Close enough. Welcome back, PT. OD equals only demo. Can't wait for the main villain to be called Demon Man. Demon Man. My snake is solid and my hills are silent. Oh, geez. But guess what? I will be coming back and I'm bringing my new toys with me. Bro changed PT to OD and thought we wouldn't notice. Getting a Kojima horror game at last for the time to be alive. The burning of the wick / umbilical cord is really interesting imagery. And holy hell on the realism in that match strike, plus the tears in her eyes. This is beautifully rendered. Look behind you. I said look behind you. Yeah, man. That was such a drag. We're so back, guys. $11 years, 1 month, and 11 days since PT released. Really? 1-1-1-1-1. Kojima woke up today and chose violence. That's awesome. Yeah, this is sick, man. I'm really stoked for this. Like it's awesome to see that Kojima and his team are finally going to be able to realize, presumably, most of what they were looking to achieve with PT. I mean, dude, just this here alone is terrifying. I don't know why. The 3 windows, that chair is pushed up against the wall for some reason. Outside, it's raining. It's gray. Looks like they're surrounded by woods. It's just haunting, man. Holy shit, I can't wait. I'm like super stoked for this. I watched the trailer once early this morning, but I don't think I could fully appreciate it till now, rewatching it a couple times. I'll tell you what, Microsoft, if you make this an Xbox exclusive, I will fucking buy an Xbox for this game. Straight up. Now that I've said that, they'll be like, no, we're going to release it on a... We're going to do PC only. Well, I would be able to play on PC. But some say that house is abandoned. Uh-oh. I'll buy the $800 Xbox just for this game, bro. Well, I don't know. There were rumors that this game is going to be available like on everything, like even mobile or something. Right? This was never offered. Well, keep in mind, this project was originally supposed to be, this was supposed to be done with Google for Stadia, I think. And then that fell apart. And so I think Kojima pitched it to Microsoft. Those matches, lighting in the windows, dimly lit lighting can only be achieved through ray tracing. Looks absolutely phenomenal. It does look crazy good, man. It really does. Like, yeah, that looks crazy. That looks crazy real. Yeah, I was not prepared for this today, man. I knew we were going to get some new information from Kojima, but I wasn't expecting to get a new OD trailer, like a full-blown trailer like this. And I wasn't to be honest, we were talking about how OD may have been canceled. And goddamn, I am glad it is not, because this looks very good. BB Death Stranding reference. No, I think it's more of a reference of the crying baby in PT. Look at the enemy as it gets close. Images of faces appear on her face and neck. Oh, wait. You know what? Maybe I didn't notice that. Let's see. Oh, wait. Hold on. I'm starting to see it on her neck. A little bit. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah. That's weird. Yeah, their faces. What are those faces? So if you look at like her chin, looks like a person with glasses, and to the left of that, a person smiling. That's really strange. Damn, dude. So good. All right, so how long do you think we have to wait for this game? Do you think this game is like a year away? Do you think it's multiple years away? Maybe she's a serial killer. You think it's 2026? Maybe 2027? I'm hoping it's next year. Well, what if it's going to be like a they're going to roll it out in like episodes? Could you see them doing it that way? Maybe like this is the first one and it'll come out maybe next year, and then like 6 months later or something they'll have another one. Yeah, it does seem like it could be episodic. It's abandoned. Don't go there, Broccoli Rob. Don't do it. Don't do it. We can't go back. That's exciting stuff, man. Looks very good. Very, very good. I have to admit, like, my excitement for OD dropped quite a bit because I wasn't even sure if it was still a thing. But after seeing this, it's like, yeah, we're back. William, you're saying MEG, if you zoom in, you can see a blue box. Masochist Mode says Hassan Karaman is the actor for Physint's main protagonist. Hassan Karaman is back. Could you imagine? No way, dude. So, a question I do have for you guys, though. So if we really quick before we get this off the screen, if we go back here where it says 10 years since the blank horror blank blank, but clearly the last word here is PT in parentheses. Is Kojima allowed to do that? Like legally? Isn't that Kojima's above the law? Because that to me is what's really got me a little bit confused. Where it's like, I don't think he would be allowed to reference PT directly, would he? Or unless is he just like saying, fuck it, we're going to do it anyway. And Konami, if you want to come after me, go for it. You think he can? I don't know. I was just wondering about that because, you know, this is like one of those things where if he chooses to reference anything directly, people are going to assume there's a connection. Like, which subreddit should I go to right now for this? Is there a Kojima production subreddit, or there has to be a subreddit I should go? Irfan, which subreddit is talking about this the most? Is the blue is the blue box subreddit still around? It probably is, isn't it? It's redacted, so you are speculating in the eyes of the law. PT is a working title name for a demo. Pretty sure he could mention it and it would be fine. Yeah, he pretty much did create a new genre with PT. Pretty much. Apparently, Epic Games is teasing Unreal Engine 6. Bro, what? Hold on now. What do you mean they're teasing Unreal Engine 6? Oh. Get that out of here. PT was just a teaser, which was later taken down. So people guard their download like it's the One Ring. Silent Hills was canceled by Konami. Yeah, the PT demo is like one of the most coveted things, dude. Because they removed it. Like, yeah, the amount of people that had it installed on their PlayStations and then deleted it just to never have a chance to get it back. That's crazy. All right, hold on. Let me get this out of here now. Good shit, man. I can't wait. Like, I'm officially like 100% hyped for OD. Whatever it's gonna end up being, man. That trailer, like, I was already sold, but that seals the deal. Like 110%. Miku fan, you still have it on PS4? That's amazing. That's amazing. You could probably sell that for so much money. All right, let me I want to go see if I can find let's see, we'll do a OD knock Reddit. Let me see. So I see it on the Death Stranding Reddit. Somebody says, why do I have a feeling this is not going to be a traditional console/PC game? You know what's fascinating, actually? There might be some truth to that because they did not show any platforms for it. Come to think of it, they didn't show any platforms. And that's a little weird, especially because it's being published by Xbox. Like, you would think they would at least show the Xbox consoles, but they didn't show anything. What if if it's not a traditional console game, then what would it be? Like, I mean, how would it be distributed? "10 years since the legendary horror game PT, the cursed survivors have once again ventured into the forbidden." Oh, okay, that sounds like exactly what it said. Yeah, that sounds exactly correct, actually. This person says, F me, I thought that was a trailer for Knack. So there is a Reddit for it that I guess was just recently, it was created today. Knock will be the portion that Kojima is working on. I wonder if it'll have VR support. Exciting times. Well, there we go, man. That's OD, and it's looking very promising. All right, let me come back to the chat here. Solid Snack, I'm sorry. What were you saying, man? Did I miss something you posted? An xCloud exclusive? Oh, that would be... Well, all right, so the tagline for all players, that I think that might extend beyond like being multi-platform. He may be trying to say something more there, like for all players. What is that like? I mean, all players and all screamers. I don't know. I don't know. Something's going on with this game though. In terms of how it's going to release. I definitely get that feeling. It doesn't seem like it's going to be a traditionally released game. Oh yeah, we got to talk about that perfect image. No, I think you said all screamers, not streamers. Oh, or wait, did it say that? Wait, did it say streamers? It didn't say streamers. It said screamers, right? Pretty sure it said screamers. Am I going to buy baby steps? Probably not. The streamers are the screamers. It did say screamers. Okay. You think Ray? You're saying I have to watch the Kojima event? It's so good. It sucks, man. I would have watched it, but I was literally sleeping. It was the middle of the night here when it was happening. The game is going to F with your phone and social media. That would be so cool. Still up on IGN. Wasn't it like almost 3 hours long? Kojima's making a credit card. I saw that. At first, I was like, what the hell am I looking at? But from my understanding, it was kind of like I don't know how serious it is, but it was from the bank. He partnered with the bank that gave him his first loan to start up Kojima Productions. And this was kind of like I don't know. It makes sense, that type of partnership or that kind of collaboration. It's kind of funny. You'll be asleep during a state of play. Oh, no, that sucks. No. Yeah, maybe maybe later on I'll check it out, Ray. Yeah, he announced like with sake. Kojima has enough money to open a bank. Well, I mean, there's probably a part of Kojima he probably wonders like, why didn't I do this sooner? You know? Because what he did with Kojima Productions has been so successful. I don't know. I guess he just, it's crazy to think that in an alternate timeline, Kojima's still at Konami. And I wonder what that timeline looks like. We're on like Metal Gear Solid 7 at this point. State of slop, low key. Sony should rename it to that. That's how they should let us know it's going to be a bad state of play. Tune into State of Slop this Wednesday. I think it's going to be a good one, dude. Is it episodic? We don't have confirmation that it's episodic, but it seems very much like it may be. Seems very much like it's going to be episodic. I think this state of play is going to be good, bro. For me, it's happening tomorrow at 5 p.m. Oh, yeah, dude. You know Konami is kicking themselves in the ass. You know they are. Kojima says he didn't want to keep making Metal Gear after MGS4, but I think deep down he secretly did want to keep making Metal Gear to a degree. I think there's a part of Kojima that will obviously always love Metal Gear. But I get it. He wants to do different stuff too. I think that's what's cool about OD is it is Kojima being allowed to do something different. Because I'll tell you what, OD is nothing like Death Stranding. It's nothing like Metal Gear. It's just something truly horror based. And I don't know, man. I feel like we've been wanting to see that from Kojima for many, many years now. If I recall, Radic, yeah, I think Kojima was saying he was getting like death threats and stuff. And he couldn't find anybody to really take his place for directing Metal Gear Solid 4. And it's so funny because if you play Metal Gear Solid 4, you can tell Kojima approached it like he's going to end it. This is it. There will not be any more Metal Gear games after this. There obviously was, but you play MGS4, it does wrap everything up. Like, this is why when you think about a potential Metal Gear Solid 6 that takes place after MGS4, because in the timeline, MGS4 is the last game. I mean, the closest thing we have is Metal Gear Rising, that technically does take place after MGS4. And it's like, yeah, I don't know where we go from here, guys. So, yeah, I don't know what Konami's going to do. All I know, guys, is that speaking of Metal Gear, we're getting the Fox Hunt game mode revealed properly this week, seemingly. And I think we're getting a release date, and I am very excited for that. I'm very excited for that. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Rising is not considered canon. Yeah, so I don't know where you would go. I don't know where you would go after MGS4 because like there's no more Solid Snake. There's no more snakes. I don't know. I don't know where you go. Man, I would not want to be Konami trying to figure out what to do after MGS4. Irfan, are you asking me what time I'm going to start streaming tomorrow? I don't know the exact time I'm going to go live, but I'm going to go live much earlier. Yeah. Well, when I say much earlier, I just mean much earlier from when the state of play happens. I may go live at my normal time at 12. Maybe I'll go live before that. I don't know. Depends on. Sometimes I do these like marathon streams when I do state of plays or when we react to state of plays. I don't want to like completely burn out though. That's the problem. Earlier in the year, I did like this 10-hour stream, and by the time the state of play came, I was like, let's go, man. I'm ready. I was still hyped because we did get, I think, the Saros reveal, but I'm like, holy shit. I feel like shit. I mean, maybe we could break it up. Maybe I could do like a really early stream for 2-3 hours where we just talk about predictions. And then I just take a break for a couple more hours, and then we come back, and that'll be the proper, like, all right, we're going into the actual state of play now. That could work. So to, conserve the energy levels. Dude, the second person asking me if I'm buying baby steps, I'm not planning on buying baby steps. Shorter stream, short members lounge. Rockstar Games announced they're working with No Pixel 5, the next generation of GTA RP. MBG is buying baby steps and platinuming it. Dwayne, that's what I was saying, bro. People were telling me that's not him. I'm like, that looks exactly like him. Right? That has to be who it is, Dwayne. Blaze, that's cursed. Well, I got to capitalize on days like tomorrow, right? They don't come around too often. Let me start it off. That state of play was a 0 out of 10. Sony is dead. Worst state of play ever. Yeah. Now, look, I'm not just saying this. I think tomorrow will be a good state of play. I really do think that. Um, but guys, there's another announcement that Sony made today that I think is getting a little bit overshadowed. And I really am curious what you guys think of this. I'm really curious about this. So they announced here Ghost of Tsushima players can now unlock special Ghost rewards merchandise for purchase. And this seems to indicate. So, like, this was written up by Katie Lennox, the director of franchise rewards. So there seems to be a new type of reward situation that Sony's doing. Excuse me. That's so bad. It's making me feel like I'm going to throw up. No. And it's an interesting situation because, like, some people are kind of cringing at this, but some people are actually like, actually, that's kind of cool. And it does kind of walk that line of, like, I'm not sure which direction this goes in. So I'll read it to you. They say here, if you've ever felt like your Ghost of Tsushima journey deserved to be remembered beyond the screen, we've got something special to share. Starting today, we're introducing a new merchandise program that celebrates your in-game achievements with special collectibles, beginning with Ghost Rewards. Players who have earned the Mono No Aware Gold or Living Legend Platinum trophies in Ghost of Tsushima by December 31st, 2025, can unlock access to a selection of limited edition merchandise. These items have been designed to honor the spirit of Jin Sakai's journey and the dedication of the fans who walked the same path. 2 commemorative Ghost of Tsushima rewards for pre-order purchase are available starting today for those who have earned these trophies, with designs inspired by the island of Tsushima and Jin's legendary armor. Each piece was created with close input from Sucker Punch Productions to make sure they authentically capture the game's atmosphere and artistry. And I have to admit, the t-shirt does look pretty cool. The pin I'm not too interested in. I like the shirt, though. But that's what's very interesting about this is you have to unlock specific trophies. So this is like it's like gated. You just bought both, Garrett. I mean, it does feel kind of cool. Like when I click on it, it's like, oh, I got these trophies, you know? But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I just feel totally mixed on it. It's like on one hand, I feel like, thank you, Sony, for giving me the opportunity to buy more stuff from you. Dan, yeah, I'm thinking about taking that one down. I don't know if that's real or not. Let me go check on it. Hold on. Dude, I'm sorry. Some of the replies to this 4chan leak are so funny, bro. Oh my God. Holy shit. We have Sean Mitchell, a member for 29 months. Thank you for that, Sean. He says, was watching Beyond the Strand today. I'm hyped, man. I hate how much Hideo mentioned about him potentially not being around for phase 3 and his death. Yeah, bro, why he keeps talking about that? Like, I don't know. I get it. I guess. It makes me wonder if there's like something wrong with him that he's not sharing. Because he has really been focused on that. I mean, he is getting older. I guess when you get to that age, you know, you kind of become much more aware that, you know, at any moment. But I don't know. I could see Kojima somehow making it to be like 98 years old. He's like, I have one final game I wish to make. Is this who I think it is? Is Hype Man back? I mean, Close enough, Josh, I would say. Not like mega ultra over the top hype, man, but definitely hype. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good about tomorrow. I think Sony would have to go out of their way to have a bad show tomorrow. Oh yeah, that's true. Kojima, he said that he had to go to the hospital not that long ago for some. He didn't say what it was, but there was something wrong. At least I don't think he said what it was, did he? Got sick with something, maybe? Yeah, Black Mamba, I saw that. I don't know what's going on with developers in the PS5 Pro, but something's not going too good. What's that supposed to be on the front of the Tsushima shirt? Excuse me. I'm not sure what that's supposed to be either, Wes. I was looking at that. I'm like, it looks kind of cool, but I don't know what it is. And Jonathan comes in once again. Jonathan is here to drop a single membership gift and remind you guys you can always drop a single gift.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Jonathan, you do know I appreciate it, buddy. Yeah, guys, if you want to continue to contribute to the goal, Stephen Leon dropped 50 memberships earlier for you. Corey dropped 5, but, we can try to keep it going here. Every membership contributes to the channel, helps support what I do here, helps support the community. Hiroki Totoki says it's going to be a great show tomorrow. Sorry, no showcase. Oh, by the way, yeah, I saw like at least 1 or 2 people over the course of the stream. They were asking me about Horizon Zero Dawn. See, this is the problem with some of the Xbox community. Now, to be fair, it's not a problem that is exclusive to the Xbox community. It's probably across all communities. But recently with this news, people are using like Google indexes to kind of run with this notion that Horizon Zero Dawn is about to be announced for Xbox. And it's like, it's kind of shocking to me to see, and it's hard to blame people because it's easy to get misinformed by things these days. But the amount of people that I've seen running with this as if like this is, oh shit, Pepitoir, that's crazy. Yeah, I might have to get that, dude. I didn't realize that's what it was, but now that you mentioned it, yeah, that's exactly what it looks like. Marvel Tokon is probably going to show up. But yeah, I just, I just think that people are, Digital Dude says, if I don't see Wolverine tomorrow, I'm going to rob a 7-Eleven. Like, that's so... I just hope, for everybody's sake, Digital Dude, that we see Wolverine tomorrow because, bro, we don't need that. That's so specific. Like, the fact that you're just ready to go. Like, I am ready to rob a 7-Eleven if this doesn't happen. If there's anybody at Sony that can control tomorrow's state of play, keep in mind what's on the line here. Okay? Keep in mind. Hiroki Totoki, I see you in the chat. OD will be using Xbox's cloud gaming system. Somebody said it's going to be an xCloud exclusive. I'm like, please, God, no. Like, that's like the one thing I wouldn't want. Remember there was a David Schwimmer doppelganger who robbed a 7-Eleven for beer? What? Dude, okay, hold on. I actually never heard of this. I have to look up a picture. Oh my God. Yeah, dude. What? That's so funny. I do remember this actually. I saw this trending. The David Schwimmer doppelganger robbing beer from the 7-Eleven. That's crazy. That's funny, dude. Timu Ross. It probably was just David Schwimmer. Yeah. Saros is most likely going to have a bigger budget since this is the first game under Sony Studios now. I would say it probably has a slightly bigger budget, but nothing too crazy. I think Saros is in very many ways probably going to be uh like very similar to Returnal, but I think it's going to improve on a lot of different areas or in a lot of different areas. I'm more curious to see what type of gameplay advancements they make, and I do suspect that generally speaking, I'm going to get very heavy Returnal vibes from it, but there will be differences. Do I think that they'll wait till December to show us more of Wolverine? That's what some people seem to think. I mean, I do think we have to keep expectations in check. I think that would be stupid. Frankly, I do. I am ready for that to happen, but I just feel like this Wolverine rumor, again, it comes from Tom Henderson, and he said that the trailer's done. So Sony knows that like people are expecting this. And I feel like if Sony doesn't want to like hurt themselves, I don't want to say hurt themselves, but it's just the expectation's there. Why not just deliver? It's your own show. I understand that it's like, we want to save Wolverine for the Game Awards, but guess what? You can still show more. You get what I'm saying? Like, show Wolverine now and then give Jeff Keighley another trailer. Like, what's wrong with that? You get why not get the best of both worlds? I just feel like it would be stupid if the trailer's done. If it's true that it's done, it would be stupid to not show it at your own event. But this is Sony we're talking about, so sometimes they do stupid things. Give Jeff Keighley Venom? Maybe. I think you give Jeff Keighley Naughty Dog's second game. I think that's what you do. Intergalactic, and then Naughty Dog's second title. There you go. That works, Pepator. Show a gameplay trailer tomorrow, or just a re-reveal trailer. Give us a look at the game, and then do a release date trailer at the Game Awards. That would absolutely work. By the way, guys, make sure you're hitting that like button. We're sitting at 172 likes. We have almost 300 people here still watching, so thank you for hanging out with me. We could easily hit 300, or not 300, but two. Well, we could hit probably 300 likes, but we could hit 200 likes right now. Getting these weird notifications. Yeah, Corey Barlog, he's still working away, man. A dedicated state of play for Wolverine. I think we'll get that eventually. Apparently, OD knock will look like that during gameplay. Holy shit, man. It looks crazy good. Yeah. It's like photorealistic. Well, Carl, I think you can be a little bit more excited than that, because Sony did say in the blog post, they confirmed that there's going to be more than one PlayStation studio showing up. Now, could this just mean like Marvel Tokon character reveals? Yeah, but I just don't want Sony to let us down, man. I don't want to have unrealistic expectations, because I mean they're straight up telling us we're going to show you Saros, and I don't want to be that person, because frankly it is annoying where it's like I've already seen people be like, oh my god, they're just going to show Saros. That's disappointing. And it's like, speak for yourself. Like, I absolutely want to see Saros. But I get it. I understand where people are coming from. People want to see a little bit more from Sony. And frankly, knowing how much Sony has, in the works, and how many studios they have that we could potentially hear from, I can absolutely understand why people are like, yeah, let's see a little bit more. So the big one for me is Wolverine, and I do think it is a missed opportunity if Sony doesn't show Wolverine tomorrow. I'm going in tomorrow hoping to see Wolverine. I'll be wearing my Wolverine shirt. If it doesn't show up, I will be disappointed. Doesn't mean the show is going to be bad, but I will be disappointed because I want to see Wolverine. I can't deny that this is one of those games that I've been waiting a very long time to see. And if I have to wait longer, then I have to wait longer. But, you know, seems like the timing is right, man. Seems like the timing is right. But I don't think tomorrow's show will be a disappointing one. I think tomorrow will be a good show. I'm just speaking for myself. I'm not telling you that you're going to walk away feeling good. I can't determine that for you. But knowing that we're it's going to be more than one PlayStation studio, we're getting Saros gameplay, we're probably going to see Resident Evil 9, probably going to see Leon. Holy shit. Yeah, I'm stoked. Isn't Roger Clark playing Logan? I don't think we know who's playing Logan yet. No VR games. Yeah, Irfan, I'm telling you, I think Sony's done with VR. Yeah, I think that's I mean it's disappointing, I think, for some people, but I think that is the reality. I say that, but then we're gonna get the announcement that Resident Evil 9 is gonna support VR too, which would be amazing. I would play that. I would play that. They could do that. They could pull some bullshit like that, Smurf. 10 seconds of Wolverine, tune into the Game Awards for more. Oh my God. People would riot. People would be so mad at Sony. And yeah, I don't know. How could you blame them? So one thing, like I said, I mentioned this earlier, but for people who missed it, it's being reported by Paul Tassi that Marathon will not be showing up tomorrow. So you know what? Let's take a step back for a moment. Let's take a little step back. I just thought of this. Do you think there's a chance that they would say we're not going to show Wolverine because we don't want to overshadow Saros? What are we thinking about that? Because I was just thinking about how, like, if you want to make Saros the center of attention, but then you're showing up with Wolverine, that might actually kind of hurt Saros. You think that would be a weak show? Damn. Yeah, this has got me thinking now. All right, what if we get the God of War I keep saying Castlevania, Metroidvania game? What if we get the God of War Metroidvania game and Saros and Marvel Tokon? Yeah? That strong enough? No, it's not that I doubt Tom Henderson, Irfan. It's just that Tom Henderson, he says he thinks it's going to be at the State of Play, but he did say if it doesn't show up at the State of Play, then it's probably being saved for the Game Awards. But that's what's weird is, like, if the trailers, why would you complete a trailer like 4 months in advance of a show? You know what I'm saying? Like, that doesn't make sense to me. If the trailer's been done for like a couple weeks, why would you store that shit for like 4 months? You risk it leaking, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I guess I'm just trying to prepare myself for Wolverine not showing up. That's all. I'm just trying to, I'm not trying to be a buzzkill. I just don't want to tell you like 100% go in expecting Wolverine tomorrow because, if I say that and then it doesn't show up, people are going to be like, but MBG, you told me, I just hope I hope it's a big show, man. Like, no, see, I feel like screw that, bro. Like, show it all, Sony. Show it, because this is where, like, I don't want this, like, pussyfooting around stuff anymore. It's like, well, we don't want to overshadow Saros. Like, who cares? Show it all, right? Show it, like, show Saros, show Wolverine. Like, let people get excited for it all. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. Saying it won't overshadow it because it's coming out before Wolverine. Yeah, I'm thinking they're going to give us a release date tomorrow for Saros, and I think it's going to come in like 5-6 months. I think it's going to be 6 months away. About, so like I could see it hitting April. You're overshadowing Yote too when you're doing a state of play. That's true. See that? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, Sony is choosing to do the state of play now. They're doing the state of play the day before reviews for Ghost of Yote drop. So it seems like they're kind of going with a type of, kind of like, yeah, what if Microsoft shows up tomorrow with something? That'd be funny. You think each state of play is dedicated to each specific game? If not, it's a showcase. Horizon 3 tease? Subtitle reveal? Well, no, I don't think so. I think you'll see something like Horizon 3 being revealed at the PlayStation 6 reveal event. Oh, shit. Starfield. Yeah, I forgot about that one. Actually, it was rumored that Starfield is going to come to PS5 next spring. So, no, Digital Dude, I don't think that's what you'll find here, unfortunately. Keep your expectations in check, man. Would be dope if OD shows up. That would be sick. High tide could raise all boats. People are excited for Sony in general. That could actually help Saros with people who would normally want to play that kind of game. That's true. Yeah, that's what I mean. I think Sony, the main objective tomorrow should be getting people walking out of that show being like, holy shit, that was awesome. That should be tomorrow's objective. And I hope Sony doesn't overthink that. I don't think they will. I think that they are well aware that people have been expecting a showcase and we still haven't got one. So they're like, let's just give them a really good state of play. Yeah, what if GTA just like shows up out of nowhere tomorrow? Let me just take a moment to be completely unrealistic. GTA just shows up. Why not? We're close enough to 2026. Moore's Law's Dead put out a new video about the PS6. What's he revealing now? Hello, boss. Kojima's new horror game OD could be connected to Silent Hills. The text reads 10 years since the legendary horror game PT, the cursed survivors have once again ventured into the forbidden. This could be a reference to Kojima's old project by calling out PT directly by name in the trailer like that. Feels like there might be more to it. Oh, here we go. Down the rabbit hole. Oh, yeah, there's going to be hate no matter what. MacTube. Yeah. Bro, that is not what the text says. Well, it's fairly obvious that OD is the abandoned real-time experience by Blue Box Studios. So, yeah. Should be obvious to everybody by this point. Okay, trailer for Baby Steps. Paul Tassi, Marathon is not at state of play. No release date, nothing. Marathon is not about to be immediately discussed in some, it'll be in some longer Bungie presentation after going dark. Earliest we'll see it probably November. Okay. Boss, your breath stinks, dude. All right.
I agree, just bazooka us with hype, who gaff about overshadowing cause Sony didn't care at the E3 2016 show. Problem is this is only 35 minutes.
You're saying bazooka us with hype. Well, yeah, Josh, I feel like this is a situation where it's about the quality of what Sony shows over the quantity. Where like I'm not expecting a showcase level first party presence. But when you consider that the last showcase Sony did was in 2023 and it was abysmal, frankly, I think their first party presence could be stronger in this state of play than that last showcase. The idea of them bazookaing us with hype, I don't know. I don't know, man. Like I want to see Sony just kind of let loose in that way, but I think they're still going to keep it relatively I don't want to use the word tame because I think that's not the appropriate word, but I think they're gonna it'll be measured. You know, I think like them basically saying like we're gonna get you excited, but we're not showing you everything, but we're gonna show you enough to get you very excited. I think that's kind of where they're gonna land. And Captain Hook is keeping the member train going today. He decides to renew his membership. So Captain Hook, thank you for renewing your membership, buddy.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And that brings us up to 57. So, yeah, guys, by all means, if you want to continue to keep the member train going, see if we can hit that third goal of 75 members, see if we can achieve that. No rushing us with hype, Sony. If only. Yeah. We might see Judas tomorrow. Horizon Online. Yeah, Horizon Online. That's a game that's been in development for, God, 7 years now. It's like ridiculous how long that game's been in development. We haven't seen a single trailer. I think the Horizon Online reveal is being saved to coincide with the Horizon 3 reveal. That's what I think. Yeah, people were talking about Marvel 1943 Rise of Hydra, how there's a chance that could show up. PC announcements. I mean, what games could be announced for PC at this point, though? I mean, what, like Death Stranding 2, perhaps? Might be too soon, though. I don't know. Bloodborne's not showing. Shems with the Bloodborne. I don't know. Demon Souls, Astro. Yeah, I don't know. Wait, Irfan, there's a list? What's this list for? Wait, Irfan, what thread do you want me to check? The state of play thread? Until Dawn 2? I don't think Until Dawn 2 is going to be revealed until the PlayStation 6 reveal event. The job listings for that title indicate that it is like a next-gen title. Jack, you're saying you're not going to overhype yourself? There's a post that says everything that could be shown. And you're saying this is on the Gaming Leaks and Rumors subreddit? Okay. I got it. Everything that could be shown tomorrow. Saros, 5-minute gameplay confirmed. Hoyo versus Petite Planet. Marvel's Wolverine. Drakengard related announcement. God of War 2.5D Metroidvania. Resident Evil
Shoot our
Requiem.
faces off in cold blood with hype, Sony. Remember, Game Awards has almost more views than the Super Bowl, so Sony will want something big there.
Moonshots like murder me with hype, Sony. Do it. Well, I'm telling you, man. Listen, if you're Sony and you want to save the big announcement for the Game Awards, because you're saying it has almost more viewership than the Super Bowl. If you're Sony, you're like, we got to have one mega announcement. Santa Monica's new game, dude. Corey's game. That's the game that you save for the event. For the Game Awards. That's the one you do it at. That's my opinion anyway. But yeah, they're definitely going to want to have one big thing for the Game Awards. Hogwarts Legacy 2, I think it might still be a little too early. The list says God of War 2.5D Metroidvania, Resident Evil Requiem, Leon S. Kennedy reveal, Marvel 1943 Rise of Hydra, Silent Hill 2 remake, Born from a Wish DLC. That'd be exciting. Stellar Blade announcement of some kind. Sonic Racing Crossworlds Mega Man DLC reveal. Phantom Blade Zero release date. Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls character reveal. I mean, geez, I feel like that is the... Well, the problem, I think, here is there's no indies. They did say there's going to be indies there. MBG, is it possible that nobody is supporting the Pro because they're just waiting for the big update next year? I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on with the Pro. Like, it's weird because you have, like, a big game like Battlefield 6 supporting the PS5 Pro, and it's doing so phenomenally. I mean, the game's going to run at, like, native 4K 60 FPS. And it's a good-looking game, and it's a pretty big game. So it's like, okay. But, yeah, then you have, like, Metal Gear, and it seems like Konami is having a bit of issue with it, you know, and you hear like Chronos the New Dawn isn't supporting it. Borderlands is having problems across the board. So I don't know. I don't know if it has much to do with developers waiting for the update. It could be. We will find out. Michael, you're saying no Monster Hunter Wilds Master Rank DLC? Monster Hunter could show up. Guys, hold on. I'll be right back. When I come back, I better see another 50 memberships donated. You hear me? Don't let me down. Well, if you can't do that, if you can't drop another 50 memberships, at least get the likes to 200. All right. Sorry about that. All right. Good. Good work. You guys did it. I demanded we hit 200 likes, and you did it. You didn't let me down. I had to get a drink. Sorry. All right. I think it's too soon for Monster Hunter Wilds DLC. Wes says, if I buy a Pro next year and then a PS6 comes out in 2027, I'm going to be pissed. Maybe I should just wait for the PS6 at this point. I'll be honest, I would suggest you wait for the PS6 because the PS6 is coming in 2027.
Could a remaster for God of War 2018 be announced?
Yes. Yes, it could. It absolutely could. And now I fear, Bismarck, that you have spoken it into existence. Are you playing Delta Force with the Snake collab? I saw that. I don't know, Magnum Gaming. I don't have Delta Force downloaded. What are they bringing to the table with this collaboration? Because it definitely caught my eye, but I don't have it installed. I haven't played Delta Force. I was interested in it, but I ended up just kind of like passing on it. Well, Bismarck, the thing is, dude.
Choke slammed me through a table of first-party PlayStation hype the same way Jim Ryan absolutely obliterated Phil Spencer, Matt Booty and Microsoft.
Moonshot's not playing around today, bro. He straight up said Sony choke slammed me through a table of first-party hype. And then he takes shots at Phil Spencer and Matt Booty. That's amazing. That's awesome, dude. Hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah, brother. Choke slam us through that table, Sony. Herman Holst is about to choke slam me through a different table. I heard you wanted Horizon multiplayer. I got another one for you, Josh. Didn't you hear about Team LFG? Aren't you excited? Isn't this the first party you've waited for? Oh, man. That's amazing. God of War 2018 is the only... It's the only, like, major first-party, like, single-player exclusive from the PS4 generation that has not been remastered. So, Bismarck, I hate to say it, dude, and believe me, I fucking hate to say it, but it very well could get a remaster. It's kind of shocking, if I'm being honest, that it hasn't already, because even though we kind of cringe at the idea of like, oh my God, God of War getting remastered, are you kidding me? Meanwhile, Spider-Man got remastered, bro. Spider-Man came out in 2018 and then got remastered in 2020. Yeah, it is crazy. Days Gone came out in 2019 and we got a remaster for that. So, look, man, I'm not saying every announcement's going to be what we want to hear. Okay? Josh, you may end up getting chokeslammed through a table with a God of War 2018 remaster announcement. All right, buddy? Herman's going to come out and be like, Josh, I heard you wanted me to chokeslam you through a table of first-party announcements. Here you go, bud. Josh is going to be laying there like, can I at least get Corey's new game announcement? And Herman's just going to look at you and laugh and say, no. I'm sorry. Now I just can't stop thinking of Josh getting chokeslammed through tables. Herman live from the beach. You're right. Bloodborne has not been remastered, and Bloodborne will not get remastered. Yeah, we need Sony to RKO us out of nowhere. How about a medieval remake remaster? Even better. Who's asking for that? Nobody. So therefore, Sony will deliver it. Says you play as Naked Snake in Delta Force. Do they have like some kind of game mode for it? That's what I'm most interested in, Magnum Gaming. Like, do they have some kind of like stealth game mode? Because if they have something like that for the Metal Gear event, I may actually download that and play it. I am itching, bro. You don't even know. I am itching so bad to play this Metal Gear Delta Fox Hunt mode. Like, I really need my multiplayer Metal Gear sneaking, stealth fix. I really do. Goonborn. The big announcement, Concord 2. Yo, do you think Sony's going to announce like special merch for people who platinum Concord? Do you think they'll do that? It does say stealthily take down enemies as Naked Snake. Yeah, get back to me on that, Magnum Gaming, when they reveal the details, in case I miss it. Maybe you just let the Undertaker put him through a table. Fair Games and Marathon merch. You know what's crazy is Sony was selling Concord merch, actually. I don't know if they still have it. They probably don't have it anymore, but they did have Concord merch. I should have fucking bought it. God, that'd be... Why didn't I buy that? I think they had like a Concord hoodie or something. They'll sell you the hot sauce from Concord. They wanted it to be the next Star Wars. That's still so crazy to me, man. You have your sealed copy of Concord? Hold on to it, Shems. Never let go of it. Pass it down to your children and then eventually your grandchildren. Never forget. One of the things that still I just can't believe with Concord, man. One of the things I still can't believe is like, I don't know if you guys remember, but leading up to the launch of it, they had these animated trailers. They were like vignettes. Now they were gonna have vignettes in the game, but these were like separate. It was almost like a cartoon, and they kept releasing trailers that were like 2 or 3 minutes long for each character and like showing things that are happening in the universe. And it was just painful because they had this giant marketing run. And just every time they did it, it's like, bro, this is hard to watch, man. Like, and they're seeing it too. And then they had they had a whole episode of that Amazon show. What was it called? They had like a bunch of different. It was like an anthology series, but there was a whole episode. Secret Level, I think, is what it was called. They had a whole episode paid for and dedicated to Concord. I mean, it's just like, dude, that's wild. That is absolutely wild. They really did believe, man. Like, they really believed that it was the next big thing. And one last thing I'll say, because this will just always stick with me as long as I cover PlayStation. The biggest giveaway that Sony had no clue what they had with Helldivers and that they were totally unprepared. The biggest giveaway is the fact that when Concord was announced, they also announced a limited edition DualSense. It was ready to go. They automatically assume that you're going to love this so much you're going to want to buy the DualSense too. They didn't have one ready to go for Helldivers. And in fact, it took them like 6 months. They were like 6 months late. Where they're like, here's our Helldivers 2 DualSense, because they just didn't think, let's just face it, guys. Sony didn't really think people would care about Helldivers. And it's fine. I'm not blaming them for that. If you see how the first game did, you can't really blame Sony for it would have been more unrealistic for them to assume that's going to be the next big thing. But it's just so funny to me that like it was right under their nose, man. Like they just didn't realize like you already have it. Don't worry about Concord, bro. You already have it. Bring back PlayStation to Japan. You're saying I can't wait for the MGS X Delta Force collab to be only a skin. They literally have a Saw collab right now and it's only skins. Damn. You're saying Mystic put up a video today about Concord? Did he? Really? Yeah, they just want to forget about it, man. Oh, he did. Okay, I'll have to check that out. Damn. The timing. That timing though. It's interesting because I was thinking to myself, like, I think Sony, I still don't know what to make of their current strategy with live service because, like, what we know now is they have a very successful live service with a partner studio with Arrowhead and Helldivers 2. They have Marvel Tokon coming out with another partner studio. They partnered with Marvel as well as Arc System Works. And that seems like it's going to be successful. And that'll be a second successful live service game through a partnership. But then outside of their two partnered live service games, they have Marathon. And look, man, I don't want to call I don't want to call it too early with Marathon, but it's like, bro, I don't have much hope for it at all. And I think Marathon might actually be cooked, man. Maybe there's a chance I could find a smaller player base or a medium player base, but whatever Sony thought it was going to be, it's not going to be that. And then you have the remaining live service games from internal studios, Fair Games. I mean, where's that going to go, dude? Like, what is Haven Studio going to be? I don't think that they have any hope in Fair Games. Then you have the Horizon multiplayer game. And the Horizon multiplayer game is a wild card because it's like, well, it's been in development for 7 years. They clearly believe in Horizon, but like, could that work? What's the appetite for a Horizon multiplayer game? A Horizon live service game. But then you also have Team LFG with Project Gummy Bears, and it's like, okay, what are your expectations for that? And then finally you have Dark Outlaw Games, which is, again, that's Jason Blundell's studio. So the reason why I'm running down this list is because it's like, I really do wonder if Sony, I don't want to say that they've given up, but they've pumped the brakes so much with live service. I think that they're just not really willing to take any more risks with live service, which I think is smart. But I don't know. I just can't help but really wonder with some of these games what they're hoping to achieve. They've lost they have lost billions. That's the thing, dude. They did get Helldivers out of it, but they still have so many other live service games that they haven't even shown. And that's the thing, dude. Like, we could see one of these games tomorrow. We do have to keep that in mind. We could see Project Gummy Bears. We could see Fair Games. We could see Horizon multiplayer. We could see Dark Outlaw Games. Apparently Marathon's not showing though. So, again, I'm not trying to like kill hype or anything, but it's just, we do need to keep in mind that when they say we have updates from first party studios, one of those studios could be an update. There could be a Fair Games update. But yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know that would be what people want to see. You think Sony learned a valuable lesson? I hope they all fail so they can go back to being PlayStation again during the PS6 gen. I mean, you know what I find truly fascinating is the Ghost of Yotei Legends mode. Does anybody else find that fascinating? Because I really do. Like, I really, really do. It's fascinating to me that Sony is completely okay with letting their studios do just regular multiplayer. Not live service, just regular, here's a multiplayer mode for our game. Unless there's some kind of intention with it that they're not yet revealing, but I don't get that feeling. This really makes me fucking question, like, what the hell is going, like, it reveals that Naughty Dog could do a multiplayer for Last of Us that's not live service if they wanted to, and Sony would be okay with that. But it wasn't big enough. Dan, you're saying that a lot of people just don't get it. They need these live service games to make big bucks for single player games. Free to play multiplayer is the future and the now. I do agree. I mean, the thing is, you could say that everything Sony did with live service was worth it just for Helldivers. Helldivers is a massive hit live service game that Sony owns. And if they just said, this is all we want, we're just going to be happy with Helldivers, they would be fine. But they probably want at least one more to kind of like really secure themselves. It is true though, man. What you're saying, Sony does need, I'll put it to you this way. If you care about PlayStation Studios, right? Like if you're a PlayStation enthusiast or fan and you're like, the big single player games or just the single player games over the years that we've gotten from Sony is what has drawn me to them. I think you really would do well to try to be a little bit encouraging of Sony having just a few successful live service games, at least two. And I say this because, you know, the reality is PlayStation as a platform, in case it's not well understood, I think it is well understood by a lot of people. It's extremely reliant on these types of games. The majority of Sony's success comes from live service games that they don't own or have anything to do with. And that's important to keep in mind because that's a potentially dangerous position for Sony to be in. For example, if Sony had the foresight years ago, and I mean years ago, like I'm talking like probably 18 years ago, 17 years ago, 16 years ago, well over a decade, to realize that Call of Duty is exploding and we should try to make our own Call of Duty. I mean, it's easy to say that now because hindsight is 2020, but like, think about it. If they did that and they made a successful Call of Duty competitor, and then it was something, I'm not saying it would be the same. Like, I don't know that Sony could reach the heights that Call of Duty ever did, but just something that fills, it's like a moderately successful first person shooter. Let's just say Killzone. Well, I mean, they do have a first person shooter. Let's just say Killzone was much more successful. And maybe it was a more modern military shooter and not so much, you know, what Killzone was, just more of a modern military shooter. You know, there's a chance that like when Sony found out, you know, Phil Spencer calls Jim Ryan and says, I'll offer you a 3-year deal for Call of Duty. And Jim Ryan probably shits his pants because he's like, are you out of your mind? And you see that list of top 20 best-selling games. This is what I'm saying, like, that's dangerous for Sony. It just is. You know, it's like, it's you can coast, where it's like, we don't have to lift a finger. Whoever's making Call of Duty, as long as they're bringing it to PlayStation, we'll just rake in the 30%. And that goes for Fortnite and all these other successful live service games and third-party single-player games. But it's just like if you're trying to position yourself to be prepared for anything from a business-oriented standpoint, then you want to make sure like it's beneficial for two reasons. Number one, you just want to cover your bases. If something does happen that's outside of your control, where for whatever reason, this massive live service game is not going to be on our platform, and that's going to hurt our bottom line, we can cover that. Like, we can't maybe make up entirely for it, but we can mitigate most of that potential damage. That's reason number one, just for the protection of your own platform and the health of your own business. Number two is, if you do make a successful live service, now you're just making more money. And yes, that money will be reinvested into PlayStation Studios and the PlayStation business as a whole. So the pros, I don't want to say that the pros outweigh the cons, because it's not that. They're pretty balanced, because there's the opposite side of both of those. If you fail like you did with Concord, or potentially another game like Fair Games or Marathon, rather than protecting yourself and making more money, you did the exact opposite. You wasted money, and you're no better off than you were prior to doing so. You're worse off for it. So it is it's something that does have a high level of risk, but there is a very high level of reward. And the thing about what Dan said earlier in the chat is that Sony, they would be, I don't want to say crazy. Crazy is the wrong word, but there's an argument to be made that they would be almost irresponsible to not do something in live service. Where it's like, you have this massive platform. The bulk of your money is made by games you don't own and studios you don't own. And your biggest moneymaker is owned by what is now your former competitor. Every sign is screaming at you that you need to do something. I think Sony's fatal flaw in their approach to live service is simple. It's not that they want to do live service. It's not that they care about having successful live service games and wanting to grow in that area. It's that they just don't know what they're doing. That's their fatal flaw. And that is abundantly clear. Sony, believe me when I tell you, the amount of luck that Sony has stumbled into with Helldivers is mind-boggling. Where it's like, that game was greenlit by Shuhei Yoshida like 8 years ago. And believe me when I tell you, when the meetings were happening with Herman Holst and Jim Ryan and everybody else, it's not that they were completely ignoring Helldivers, but that was like at the very bottom of the list. Like, yeah, okay, we have that game. That's something. We could support it for like a year. And I told you guys that there was a state of play that opened up with Helldivers, and that's what Herman said. Herman said that we're committed to supporting Helldivers for 1 year, and that tells you everything you need to know, where they're like, they just didn't know if this was going to be worth it or not. We have to see how it goes. And they adapted quickly. Their tune changed. And I'm just saying, like, imagine Sony's live service efforts without Helldivers 2. Imagine what that looks like, dude. What does it look like? Sony's live service efforts without Helldivers 2, which again was greenlit by Shuhei Yoshida over 8 years ago. Their efforts look literally like just complete and utter, just perfect failure is what it looks like. So, I'm not trying to be negative for the sake of being negative. I'm just trying to say that Sony, if they want to be more successful with live service, they still have a lot to learn. And they need to never approach it with that shotgun mentality again. Because it's like, it's a very potent and deadly combination where it's like, we don't know what we're doing in live service, and we're going to do everything. Like, we're going to throw everything at the wall while not knowing what we're doing. And it's like, That is quite literally a recipe for
If
disaster.
Sony drop kicks me through a window with a Wolverine trailer, I will cry stare until Housemarque grabs my legs to finish the job in a pool of hype.
Bro, that he just said Christ air. Josh, have you been playing Skate? Have you been playing Skate? If Sony drop kicks me through a window with a Wolverine trailer, I will Christ air until Housemarque grabs my legs to finish the job in a pool of hype. Oh my God, man. Oh, jeez. Josh just sat here for the last 20 minutes thinking of that. Worth it. Absolutely worth it. Well, anyway, I didn't mean for this to go on such a long tangent about Sony's live service, but I guess all this is just to simply say that, yeah, Sony needs to have some level of presence in the live service space. I know that there are many PlayStation players who want Sony to have nothing to do with live service at all. But all I would say to those players is, try your best to view it from a more bird's eye perspective and a longer term perspective where live service is here to stay permanently in the gaming industry. And it is the biggest aspect of the gaming industry, and it will remain the biggest aspect of the gaming industry no matter how we feel about it. So if Sony wants to thrive as a platform and as a brand, they need to do something in that space. They don't have to make it their main thing. They don't have to make it their only thing. They shouldn't. That would be dumb. But they have to do something. And so I think the best thing that Sony can do is identify what it is about Helldivers that people love, identify what it is that makes that game successful, as well as other successful live service games, and not just copy it, not copy and paste, but just try to learn, important takeaways where it's like, what is it about these successful live service games that work, that keep people coming back? And they have to try to take it from there, man. So I don't know. I am nervous about some of these games, but they could do what Nintendo does, make AA games and sell them for AAA money. Well, when people talk about Nintendo, I don't know. It's tough because like Sony, I think Shuhei Yoshida basically said it all. In an interview that Shuhei Yoshida did, I think earlier this year, he said that Sony does not look at Nintendo as competition. Like literally, not in like in an offensive way, but just like they don't. Like when they're in their board meetings and doing presentations, they don't talk about Nintendo. Like they're just not really, they're not worried about them. And I think the reason for that, guys, is because when Sony is looking at their financials, in fiscal year 2024, Sony broke an all-time record and they made $31 billion in gaming. Nobody has made more money in gaming in a single fiscal year. Sony they set a new all-time record with $31 billion. Nintendo made about $8 billion. I think that, and I'm just saying if people want to know like, well, why isn't Sony doing what Nintendo's? I think that's why. From just a more business executive oriented, they're just like, why would we follow a company that's making $8 billion in revenue a year when we just set a new record for 31? Why would we do that? And to be honest, that's a really tough question to argue against. Or that's a really tough notion to argue against. Where let me tell you why you should do that. They're going to be like, you're fired. So you want us to make less money? You'll get fired. It's just the way it is, Like, just trying to be a realist. We have a Rich Rod, a member for 26 months. He says, "Great day. Dart named Giants starting QB. Colt has come out. That means Jez has also with him together. And you never played my world premiere. Rich Rod, I ain't playing no world premiere, bro. Rich Rod, you better be talking about that state of play tomorrow. That better be what you're talking about. MBG, no, I meant more for their brand image and players. Sony has a shit ton of old school exclusive dudes. Oh, I agree with that, man. I do think that Sony. I think that the leadership at Sony has gotten ahead of their skis a couple times. I'm not against that idea of like doing more AA games potentially.
Sony makes the kind of games that can be successful in live service.
Piper, you're saying you don't think that Sony makes the kind of games that could be successful in live service? Yeah, I kind of see what you're saying there. I think the big takeaway from Helldivers that Sony should have, or should extract from it, is that, and I'm not saying they should copy and paste, but the realization is that co-op gameplay, like there maybe is more they can do with that beyond Helldivers. I mean, even when you think about their game that makes them the most money and sells the most on their platform, Call of Duty, like Zombies mode, that's pure co-op, dude. The amount of people that buy Call of Duty just for zombies. This is why I'm fascinated to see what Dark Outlaw Games is making, because you have Jason Blundell, who is kind of the mastermind of what modern day, not modern day, but Call of Duty Zombies in its heyday. And, helped, obviously, if it wasn't for what he did at Treyarch with Call of Duty Zombies, Zombies wouldn't be what it is today. But the fact that Sony has that talent now, they gave him his own studio, his own team, you do have to wonder with that level of expertise and experience, we know that things can go very wrong. But I wonder if that's why Sony is like kind of just like, yeah, we'll see what this guy can do. We have more faith in a Jason Blundell led team to make a successful live service than maybe say, Sony Bend or something like that. I do understand where you're coming from though, Piper. Sony's games, some of them I do think like The Last of Us lends itself nicely to a live service, but the problem with that is who do you get to run that studio or run that game at that point? I think Ghost of Tsushima / Yote could be a great live service, but I think it's obvious that Sucker Punch is like, we're not going in that direction. I don't know. It would be super interesting to see one of Sony's, if in the long run, not now, but eventually down the line, if one of Sony's single player studios actually ends up converting into a live service. It wouldn't happen overnight, but I wonder what would have happened if Naughty Dog did that. There's no way they would have went through with it, but I'm just trying to imagine a reality where we're sitting here going into a state of play tomorrow, and one of the things we're guaranteed to get is a big Last of Us multiplayer like update from Naughty Dog, and like that's all Naughty Dog does anymore. You think Horizon multiplayer is going to get announced tomorrow? What makes you so confident?
World Premier. I invested $235K into that track. Tell Colt to stop disrespecting this community. Before boss pisses in his Cheerios. Bet he likes that.
Wait. Rich Rod, 235K? What do you mean you invested 235K into that diss track? Rich, just save it, though. We'll save it for the next members launch, bro. Don't worry. I got you. That's a lot, dude. That's a lot to invest. Holy crap, man. Okay. Rich is burning money, dude. But Rich, I do appreciate the donations, man. Unknown, you think after seeing Intergalactic, it would have been better if they did become a live service studio? Oh, damn. I've already given Herman limited access around PlayStation Studios. Well, thank you for letting me know, Mr. Totoki. I kind of suspected that was the case. Herman is now more of a figurehead. I mean, Herman has to have, at least at one point, he had to have stumbled across this channel, right? Just like at least at some point. How much you want to bet the day he stumbled on this channel? At the very least, Herman had to have seen my reply. Do you guys remember? Do you guys remember on Twitter the day of the I don't think he ever liked one of my tweets, no, but he had to have seen it was after the last showcase in May of 2023, and oh my god, he posted about it and he was getting wrecked. And I think even I said something. I don't think I was rude. I forget what I said, but I was definitely like, bro, what the fuck is going on? There's no way he didn't see that, man. There's just no way. Shams, you're heading out. All right, I hope to see you tomorrow, buddy. We got the state of play. We're gonna be streaming, checking it out. Herman doesn't go on Twitter much now. Yeah, I wonder why. I do wonder why. Who could blame him though, man? Disney Plus just increased its subscription prices. For fuck's sake, man. Who is this? Is this a... Okay. I see Google and YouTube is trending on Twitter. Why? Oh, okay. I'm not touching that. All right. Dude, what is it just me? Something, it's too quiet out here, man. Is it just me? MBG Network Studios. Rich Rod, do you not understand that that is the opposite of what I would like you to do? Oh, wait. Oh, my bad. You said if you don't play the world premiere. I thought you said if I did. I was going to say, like, bro, that's the... God damn you, Rich Rod. No. Kojima retweeted multiple tweets of mine. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Don't you disrespect me. Yeah, I read that completely wrong. I'm like, bro, do you actively want me to not play it? I don't know, guys. Listen, if we can get to 75 members, I'll play your diss track or whatever. Is it a diss track? Is that what you did? What's it about, Rich Rod? If we get 75 members, so, we got a little bit of a hill to climb. We'll see how badly they want the Rich Rod diss track. You're saying Xbox is on life support? Oh, shit. Oh my God, boss. This cat. A Phil Spencer diss track. That is not Totoki. He would never praise Xbox. Ban this imposter. Well, I had my suspicions. Hiroki Totoki seems like a very busy man, being the CEO of all of Sony. I figured, he must really, really be passionate about my streams to take time out of his busy schedule. Rich Charles like, come on, people, get to 75 members. Well, we did. I forgot to update this anyway. I don't know. Is it a diss track? I'll just say track. Rich Rod track. There we go. All right, there you go, guys. It's on you now. It's out of my hands. It's in the community's hands. I give the people what they want. If they want it, they'll drop the memberships. If not, boss, what can I do for you, man? The true Hiroki. Hiroki would drop 100 memberships in one shot. It's crazy to think that, like, yeah, across the world, he's like, it's like 4 a.m. He's asleep. And there's just some, like, crazy American over here being his imposter. Well, I don't know if that person's American, but they're here. He just stays up late. He says him and Phil have breakfast every morning. That may be true, at least for now, because Phil is in Japan. And actually, yeah, I keep forgetting that apparently we're going to get that Forza Horizon 6 reveal this week. So I think Phil is in. Well, he was at the. Phil was at Kojima's event yesterday, but I think he's also here for Tokyo Game Show. Xbox has like a pretty big thing they're doing, I believe. You think Phil looked at every time we talk about Phil Spencer, people talk about how he looks. He doesn't look well now. He looks like too skinny. I don't know. I mean, maybe he's having some health issues or something, which is a shame. I mean, he might be fine. I mean, maybe he was becoming overweight or something, you know? Unapologetically copying Spider-Man, GTA 5, Watch Dogs, and other games. New trailer just dropped and it got almost 1 million views on PlayStation's channel. No, I haven't heard of this. Let me check this out. Hold on. Boss, why don't you go on your chair? Go ahead. It's your favorite chair. Let me see. What's it called? Anata? Well, let me go on PlayStation's channel. I'm not seeing it. Oh, there. Oh, yeah. Oh. I think I've seen this game before. Yeah. Wonder what the comments have to say. Fantasy violence, rated T15.
Wait! It's shut down?
Okay, so it's got anime. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. GTA 5, Spider-Man, Watch Dogs, and Sleeping Dogs all mixed into one. Finally, we have it. The game. It's essentially a love letter to my gaming experience in 2014. Developer. How about we? Producer. Yes. Developers. Hey, Sony, can we give him Spider-Man's abilities? Sony. Yeah, sure. Developers. How much stuff from other games do you want to have in this game? Producer. Yes. Dev. Do we have the budget for publisher? Yes. Publisher. Are you sure this won't cause copyright issues? Developer. Copy? Right. Bro. All right, well, we got to watch it now. I can't read those comments, and now I got to see for myself. You're right, dude. This has almost like 1 million views. Let's bring it up. Spool it up. Where's it at here?
Wait, it's shut down?
We just got here. How's it already closed? And who told us to come here in the first place? Oh, it was...
Paycheck? We still haven't got our paycheck!
Running through the strange light, chasing all the...
All right. I don't think I'll be able to... Is it really loud? Oh, shit. Hold on, let me lower it. I don't think I'll be able to play it with sound, though. Because it'll get a copyright. So I apologize for that. But we can still watch it. Maybe it'll be even more interesting without sound. She has a tail? Bro, what is this game? Why do they have tails? I feel like this is like GTA 6 if GTA was anime. Oh my god. Holy shit. Wait, what? That was just straight up a Spider... Wow. You're not kidding. Yeah, it looks like it has kind of like a Spider-Man style combat. I mean, this is a really interesting game, though. Like, it really is a blend of so many things. It's kind of crazy. Like, what? How many game? What? Yo, yeah, okay. Yo, what the fuck is that? It's like some symbiote gameplay, dude. That's crazy. Wow, you were not kidding. That is crazy. Like, they just straight up didn't give a shit, man. We have Venom at home. That's crazy. We got GTA 6 before GTA 6, Walmart GTA. It's really weird. Another lawsuit incoming. Well, I mean, I don't know. How are you guys feeling about this game? Like, is this something you would play? They have the weapon wheel, dude. It's wow. Okay. They got the jiggle physics, of course. Metal Gear. Oh, this is really long. I didn't realize this was like 7 minutes. I was like, why is this trailer so long? Wait, so their character switchers just like GTA? God damn, dude. Yeah, you guys were not kidding. Um, there must be a shit ton of hype for this game though, because it has almost 1 million views. Yeah, it has like 1 million views almost. It's got like 72,000 likes. Damn. Hopefully you're okay, BG. I know you've been through a lot lately. Goat Gaming, you have no idea. You have no idea what I've been going through, bro. Goat Gaming, can you drop me 20 memberships, man? Please. That's Rich Rod, by the way. Not me. Not me. Rich wants it more than I do. It's gonna be massive. Yeah, dude. This looks like so. This is not a free to play game, correct? This is like a actual. Is this like a full price $70 title? It's not hype. It's just GTA thirsty gamers. Oh, it is free to play. Gotcha game. Okay. Yeah, this is probably gonna be huge then. Yeah, Sony's fine with that. I think. I'm sure they're fine with it. Hold on, let me. Excuse me. Are they still playing music? They sure are. It's crazy how inspired this game is by GTA, though. Like, that to me is the most shocking thing with the anime art style. I wonder if it's, I mean, it kind of looks good, though, in some ways. Like, it doesn't look like a bad game. The basketball mini game, whatever this is. Oh my. All right. Well, I think we get the idea here. Jeez, man. So you can pre-register now. That's funny. Oh, wait, hold on. Here we go. That's, oh my God. Holy shit. That really is like, they just uplifted the swinging mechanics from Insomniac. I mean, I actually do wonder if like Sony or Marvel or somebody might be a little Bruh, dude, that okay. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like they are asking to get sued at this point. That was crazy. You think they paid Sony? I don't know. I don't know, man. That's good old China never change. That's wild, man. I saw people mentioning Spider-Man in the comments, but I was like, I mean, how much could it really be like Spider-Man? But that ending sequence, it's like it straight up looks like a mod for Spider-Man, is what it looks like. Like if you showed me that and said this is like an anime mod or some shit for Spider-Man, I'd be like, oh yeah, of course it is. That's crazy. Swinging is not copyrighted. Yeah, I guess not. I guess not. But you gotta admit though, like that looks, again, man, that looks like it was straight up lifted out of Rich Rod's putting the heat on Goat Gaming, bro. Uh if you Ray is saying in the chat, if you bought Chronos the New Dawn physical, there's an issue with the redemption of the code for bonus content. Be aware. Oh shit. Okay. Huh. Let me go check this poll. So the poll has over 740 votes, and it seems like you guys have some pretty high expectations for tomorrow's state of play. Not many people are giving it a 1 out of 4. Oh, you had to email them, right? That's wow, that's really annoying, dude. Hopefully they'll take care of you though. As long as they don't, or as long as they didn't import animations from Spider-Man files, there's really nothing Marvel or Sony can do. It's just funny. It's funny to me because it really just it looks like this is not a Spider-Man game, but it looks very much like a Spider-Man game. No response so far, but people are also hitting them up via Twitter. Okay. Damn, dude. That sucks because you already had to wait longer for the physical version, you know? So you have to wait longer for the physical version, and then now you have to wait for a response. That's pretty annoying, dude. See, the suffering we go through sometimes to support physical gaming and physical media, unacceptable. It shouldn't be this hard. Why did they make it this hard? Although it does sound like it was like a mistake. Who is this? This person, Lewis Speller, partner development manager at PlayStation, says, I'm excited to announce that we have 2 PlayStation independent partner sessions at MIGW this year for the first time, and I would love to see some familiar faces in the crowd. Okay. We have some PlayStation developers hyping up the state of play tomorrow. GTA 6 is trending for some reason. Why why is GTA 6 trending? Um we have somebody, a PlayStation employee, PS Plus content strategy and acquisition lead at PlayStation, saying join us tomorrow. So maybe some kind of PS Plus announcement. Hip Hop Gamer says the state of play features a surprise that we've all been waiting to see. A PR person from PlayStation Japan puts the bulging eyes emoji. All right, well, yeah, I'm just trying to see if there's anything else that's been. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying not to read too much into it, but it definitely looks like there's some hyping going on for the state of play tomorrow. All right. Sorry, I didn't mean to ignore the chat for so long. I'm just taking a look around. Although I still couldn't figure out why GTA 6 is trending. It's silent right now. A storm is coming tomorrow in BG. Please. Many devs from Housemarque are hyping it up. Yeah, it makes sense. I'm stoked, dude. I mean, look, Saros is one of my most anticipated games because Returnal is still one of the best games I played ever, but certainly one of the best games of this generation. Um, I mean, when I think about games, we're going to be 5 years into the PlayStation 5 generation. When I think of games that define the PlayStation generation, the PlayStation 5 generation, I mean, um, Returnal is, I think, top three, truthfully. Right now, I would think Death Stranding 2. I would think Returnal. I do think of God of War Ragnarok. I know that's a cross-gen game, but yeah, man, I think Returnal's top three. You're saying, is that how bad this gen is? I don't think it's a bad. I think that's a testament to how good Housemarque is, man. Returnal, in my opinion, Returnal's a very underrated game. The way that they presented the story, it was told in an untraditional manner. The focus on gameplay. Um, it's a game that I think is punching above its weight. It's a studio that I think is punching above their weight. And I just really I'm so curious to see, knowing that they've learned so much and they've acquired so much more experience with making Returnal. I'm curious to see what they deliver with Saros. So I know I'm so focused on Wolverine and talking about what else might be there, but I'm very, very, very excited for Saros. You're saying Returnal's the only original PlayStation Studios game this gen? Well, I will say it does stand out because, like, yeah, it wasn't one of the only new IPs that we got. Um, and the another thing too is I hope Saros, because it's coming out much later in the PlayStation 5 generation. It's coming out, you know, what, like I said, practically 5 years. Well, by 2026, I mean 5.5 years, give or take. I hope it sells a lot better than Returnal, because that's one of the things that I felt bad about for Returnal is it didn't sell that great. It didn't sell horribly or anything. I think it sold a little over 1 million units, but it launched very early. Returnal launched when there were 8 million PS5s out there. So, you know, it's selling over 1 million, I would say, is pretty successful. But something like Saros launching to over 80 million, you know, 8 million, 80 million. I hope it finds more sales success and is just overall a bigger success in general for Housemarque, because Housemarque is truly one of Sony's top tier studios, man. Um, they are, they might be the best acquisition that they made. You know, Blue Point was a great acquisition, obviously. I think Fire Sprite will turn out to be a good acquisition, but I do think that Housemarque might have been the best acquisition that Sony's made all generation. Um, so let's see what they have cooking, man. I don't want to. I don't mean to like make it seem like because I'm so hyped at what else Sony could show. I don't mean to make it sound like I'm downplaying Saros, because I'm definitely not. Uh, Getting a 5 minute gameplay demonstration is very exciting. Yeah, maybe unknown. You're a couple of years late, but you will show support for Returnal soon. Better late than never, right? Better late than never. Oh, unknown. That would be incredible. I don't think so, though. Metal Gear Solid Collection Volume 2. I don't think so. No. I think it's too early for that. Keep in mind, unknown, Konami is doing a Metal Gear Solid Hotline this week, but they're focused on the Fox Hunt multiplayer mode for Delta. But yeah, I can't wait till we hear about Collection Volume 2. Whatever they show tomorrow, Wolverine's going to be the headline. It's going to blow our minds. People aren't ready for what they're about to see. I hope so, Irfan. I hope so, bro. Yeah, I don't know, Bucks. I know that Saros, the biggest difference seemingly between Saros and Returnal, I do think it is going to be one of these games where you're going to have to learn through repetition. But in Saros, you're actually going to keep what you gain each run, and you're not going to lose it and start with nothing. Um, and I'm really curious to see how they change every other aspect of the game to facilitate that. Because that was like the big thing with Returnal is when you died in a run, like you just lost everything. You know, you got to start completely over and fresh. So there's going to be a much greater sense of progression, I think, and I'm sure they'll show us that tomorrow in the demonstration. Rich Rod, I would argue the opposite, bro. Yeah, I would argue the opposite. Irfan says hit the like button. Wes wants it. Well, obviously Wes wants it. You hope it's not easier than Returnal? Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think they do want to make the game more accessible. I wonder if they'll have like difficulty levels this time. They didn't have any in Returnal, which was interesting. Um, Returnal was brutal. I think the idea is that if you can keep everything in each run, it risks making it too easy. But Johnny Gaming, really? Why? That's kind of weird. Yeah. Well, I think Returnal is a very gameplay heavy title where the gameplay carries that game. I think the story was really interesting. And I loved the way Housemarque handled like uncovering the story and how it all culminates to the kind of surprise reveal at the end. I loved it. Returnal's an incredible game, like from top to bottom. And I don't want to talk too much about the story because I don't want to spoil anything, but I'm curious to see if they take a similar approach with the story. Yeah, we'll see Black Sama. Some people definitely think it's not going to show tomorrow now. And I would just say go in with an open mind, expect anything, you know? We'll talk more about it tomorrow. Or if you gave up on it. That's kind of weird, Johnny Gaming. I have to admit, like, I was expecting a lot of different things. Like, I was expecting you to say many different things. Couldn't have predicted that. That's such a strange stance. Um, well, that's interesting, Alma. I guess we'll see how you feel tomorrow after we see it. Rich Rod, bro, you're not helping your case here, man. Ray, you're saying got into Blooper Team's Discord. They have a way to contact them via email support at blooperteam.com for help with the code. Hope this helps you guys. Well, thank you for that, Ray. Yeah, I don't know how many people here bought the physical version of Chronos, but that's definitely annoying. A lot of people left Returnal because of the no save problems. I mean, I only have one request for a Housemarque with Saros. I don't care if they want to make it a little bit easier. I wouldn't mind that. I don't care if they want to make it a little bit more difficult. I'm open to whatever they want to do gameplay wise. I'm just keeping a very open mind. The one request is please, for the love of God, when you release this game, do not have a trophy tethered to RNG glyphs that require me to just keep replaying areas and hoping I get randomly generated areas with randomly generated glyphs. Because I platinumed Returnal, one of the most painful platinums ever, though, man. Like I put about 70 hours into that game, and then I was like, I'm good. I'm good. But I needed one more glyph. One more. And it took me 30 hours of just replaying to get it. And that was torture. Have I ever tried Tekken 8? I have the platinum for Tekken 8, actually. Yeah, Returnal's platinum is one that I'm definitely proud of, but it's one of those rare platinums where it was at a very high risk of making me not enjoy. Like, I just hate the fact that that game is slightly tainted by the fact that that trophy exists. Where anytime I talk about it, you know, Ghost of Yotei art director interview just dropped. Talks about the graphical advancements it has over Tsushima. Pretty big stuff. Interesting. Maybe we'll talk about that on Thursday because the Ghost of Yotei reviews are coming out on Thursday too. So maybe we'll make that a whole dedicated Ghost of Yotei stream. The most difficult platinum ever is Devil May Cry 5. That one's impossible. Yeah, luckily I never I mean I never played it, but yeah, I would not want to go. I worry about some developers, man, and the way they make their platinums where it's like, bro, what are you doing? You know? What are you doing? Hold on one sec, guys. YouTube Studio just crashed. Luna, are you good? Guys, by the way, make sure you're hitting that like button. We're sitting at 237 likes. Let's bump that up. Let's see if we can get that to 250. I think we could easily get it to 250. FF7 Remake killed me, and I still couldn't get the platinum. It's ridiculously hard. You have to no-hit the entire game on Nightmare. What, dude, I don't even play DMC5, but yeah, that sounds fucking ridiculous. Why would they put that as a trophy? Oh, Johnny Gaming, yeah. Yeah, that's what pisses me off a little bit is like, and look, I'm not trying to spark this conversation, but I said it when the game was revealed, and it's like, yeah, man, you see, this is why it's just not worth paying attention to most people like this, because they're in it for the wrong reasons. What I'm trying to say is that you see people constantly complaining that Sony went woke, PlayStation's woke. And I get it, maybe there are some valid criticisms. There are, like, in certain areas. But people really go crazy with it. And then it's like, here's Saros, a rugged, badass male lead with a gun. And he's going to go shoot things. Silence. Ignored. Overlooked. May as well not even exist. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying, people don't keep the same energy because it's not in their best interest to keep the same energy. And I'm not saying that means, everything is invalidated now. It's not that, but it's just, it's like I always say, you got to take the good with the bad and the bad with the good. And you can't just view things through a singular lens because it takes away the complexity of frankly, of the facts. Like, if you want to deal in facts, facts can be relatively complex at times where it's like there are many different facts and they all state different things. And if you choose to acknowledge one fact but ignore another, what does that really say about you? And that's Gothmog, I agree with that. It shouldn't have to be overly celebrated for something like that. But it's for the people who do the the opposite of over celebrating, where they're overly critical. They're overly critical, and it's like, if you're going to be overly critical about everything, then you should probably be overly celebratory about when the opposite happens, right? And that's what people mean when they say keep the same energy. And like, dude, I saw I posted when the state of play was announced this morning, I just posted it on Twitter and I quoted what Sony said in their blog. And somebody left a comment where they were like, "Man, I better not see Wolverine looking like a Spider-Man reskin or something." And I'm like, bro, not only are you assuming that we're just going to see Wolverine tomorrow, not only are you just jumping to that conclusion, but you're already going in assuming you're not going to like what you see. And it's like, Sony, just cancel the fucking state of play. We don't deserve it. We just don't, just cancel Wolverine. We don't deserve it. We don't deserve it, man. It does start to get, and skepticism is fine, I would say. Like, there's a healthy amount of skepticism. I just don't understand why people get so, like, they just dive into the deep end of, like, it's going to be shit. It's not going to be good. Like, I just have to genuinely question, like, if you're feeling this negatively, why are you even bothering? And I mean that. Like, I'm not trying to be rude, and I'm certainly not trying to be confrontational, but it's a genuine question where it's like, if you really feel that down and that bad, then why are you even paying attention? You already know. You've already decided that it's going to be bad, and and I just have to question, like, what type of expectation do these games, or does Sony have to live up to meet your standard at that point? Because it starts to make me feel like it might be kind of unrealistic. Truthfully, yeah. Wokerine, bro. Wokerine will always make me laugh. I mean, yeah, Digital Dude. This is where I think we're in agreement. Where it's like, I'm not saying there has to be forced positivity. I'm not a fan of forced positivity, but I'm also not a fan of just looking at everything as it's shit. It's garbage. Like, I think sometimes people become, and I get it, like, but sometimes people become kind of like addicted to dooming things, and they become addicted to misery. And there's like, I don't know, it's such a weird thing, but people really begin to, I don't know. You look at the rage bait, you look at how everything is driven to make you feel bad, and it's like the age old saying, misery loves company, and I think that's why. I think there's a lot of miserable people, and they're just looking for company. And I think, in 2025, the internet is a great place to find that, unfortunately. But, I just, yeah, Twitter's definitely not the standard, man. My expectations for Wolverine, if we do see it, are not, they're high, but I have a certain level of faith, I guess you could say, in Insomniac, where it's like, I mean, they would really have to go above and beyond to make me walk away from a Wolverine reveal and be like, that sucks, or that's not good, or like, I'm disappointed. They would have to really work hard to make that happen. Um, could Wolverine from Insomniac end up being something that's like, this is good but not as great as I had hoped? Sure. And that's fine. That's totally fine. But my hope is that Wolverine, again, if we do see it tomorrow, is going to be fucking incredible. Where it's like, bro, like, this might be game of the generation. Um, but I'm trying to keep in mind that, that's a very, very, very high bar, and maybe a slightly unfair bar to set for any studio. But MBG, the last several stated plays were very bad. I don't agree with that. Now, the last stated play, I did have a bad taste in my mouth, which I ended up relaxing on, because the big reveal at the end of the last stated play was Marvel Tokon. And that did disappoint me because, frankly, it's just, I think it looks, I got to play it, and it's fun. It's actually way better than I expected it to be. But at that time, I was just like, that's not what I was hoping to see. You know, that's not what I was hoping to see. But see, I don't agree. Zero skill. Respectfully, I disagree, bro. I if I were to tell you that I think all the stated plays we've gotten in the last year and a half, if I were to tell you that they were bad, I would be flat out lying to your face. I would have to lie to do that. Um, in fact, I've had to actually kind of fight a little bit, an uphill battle, where it's like, there were quite a few stated plays where I thought, dude, oh, I know, I know. I'm not taking it as like a heated, serious thing, but it's just, there were quite a few stated plays where I was like, that was pretty damn good. Like, I liked what I just saw, and I'm got like over 1,000 people in my stream or something, and like the chat's going crazy, and like half the replies are like, garbage, trash, this is the worst, and I'm like, I don't know, did we watch the same show? I'm not really sure, but I get it, because people were reacting that way to me with Marvel Tokon. Like, they were like, bro, how are you not hyped for this? And I'm like, I don't know. I guess I was kind of expecting to see something that wasn't this, you know? And for some people, it was an amazing, shocking surprise moment. And for some people like me, it was like, it's nothing against the game. It's just this isn't the final reveal I was hoping for, and I am disappointed. But that's water under the bridge now. And looking at it, it's like, yeah, Marvel Tokon. Look, after playing it, I'm like, dude, yeah, okay, this game fucking feels great. You have to understand that the younger generation is nothing like us, MBG. Yeah, you're probably right about that. The younger generation is ruining everything. Irvin, you're saying there's no way Wolverine could let us down, even with Spider-Man. Well, there was tons of stuff people didn't like. We all agreed that it was at least an enjoyable, high-quality game. Irvin, see, it's interesting you say that because this is where, like, I fear that people have become too unreasonable. Irvin.
Let's be real, MBG, the show will be good to great and you can guarantee no matter what. There will be some type of online outrage and controversy for sure.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and that Moonshot, or Josh, that kind of leads in I think that's similar to what I was going to say is that, like, Irfan just said that, regardless of the problems that may be there or the criticisms that are there for Spider-Man 2, we can agree it's a relatively enjoyable or at least high quality game. And, like, unfortunately, the reasoning, like, people are becoming less and less reasonable, man, where I think that's true. Like, objectively. Objectively, I think you can look at Spider-Man 2 and say that while it has imperfections and some areas that are maybe lacking, or even some areas that you could even deem disappointing if you really wanted to, which is fair, it's still a high quality video game and a well made game, and something that I think if you play it from start to finish, there's some level of, like, enjoyment to be had there. And people, for some reason, they just, like, it's like, nah, dude, this belongs in the dumpster. And it's like, what? Like, dude, I'm not asking you to love the game. I'm not even saying you need to like the game, but you think it belongs in the dumpster? Like, I just have to question, like, for people who feel that way, like, what is a bad game to you then? Like, have you ever actually played a bad video game? I mean, like, a really bad video game that does like deserve to be in the dumpster. Because I'm pretty sure that people who have that mentality, it's like you haven't played. And I get it, but that's the thing, dude. That's the age of the internet. Where it's just like, nah, it's just easier and cooler to just dunk on shit and say, nah, shit's trash, bro. And you know what the fucking sad reality is more than half the people doing that didn't even play it. That's the sad reality of the internet and seeing, and the fact that everybody can just chime in on something. And it's like, okay, bro. Anyway, yeah, and but in reality, Spider-Man 2 is one of the top selling games of all time for PlayStation. And it's, the reality is it's sitting at like a 90 on Metacritic. The reality is that millions of people played it and were like, that was a good game. Were there actual fans who played it and were like, this was kind of disappointing? Yeah, of course. Absolutely. I'm not denying that. Does it have problems? Does it feel a little rushed? Yes. These games are not perfect. I think that's a problem, man. Is that, like, people constantly want to frame these conversations as it's either perfection or utter garbage. And it's like, it's neither of those things. It's very far from both of those things, I think. I would not call Spider-Man 2 perfection, but it's certainly much further away from being garbage than it is perfection. Bro, even legendary generational games like Zelda Breath of the Wild, Elden Ring, and Ragnarok got smashed by a lot of people and YouTubers fan the flames around them to score YouTube influence points. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, as I've gotten older, man, and I've seen more of this stuff, it does become clear that, like, there are just, how the saying goes, you can't please everybody, And I like truthfully, truthfully, like the only reason I'm even talking about it is just for the sake of entertaining further conversation on the channel. But you know, my goal, generally speaking, has always been to try to separate two things here. Like, here's what I think of this thing. Here's what the general sentiment seems to be, and then we kind of weave in and out in between those two things. Um, but I always try to like consider all the different angles and not just view something through one singular lens. It's dangerous to do that because you're purposely limiting yourself. And I think it's fair if you're just giving your own opinion and you make it clear this is just how I feel, but you're not trying to impose it on others. I think it's fine to view it through that singular lens being how I feel. But if you're trying to have a more broad discussion, something that's more all encompassing, I guess you could say, you have to be careful not to do that. And you do have to try to be more objective, and it can be tough. It can be tough at times. But yeah, man, it's like you said, Tarnish. Like a lot of people just kind of jump in and jump on the bandwagons, and it's like when the whole From Software like difficulty argument pops up, and people, it creates a fucking controversy over nothing, over nothing. Where it's like, guys, if you don't like, and this is like an objective fact, right? Where if you don't like the fact that From Software will not put difficulty levels in their games, guess what? There's like probably 10 Souls likes that are on a similar quality level, maybe a little bit less, but close enough where they do offer difficulty levels. So go play that, you know? Like there are many options at your disposal. You do not have to limit yourself. And it doesn't mean that somebody shouldn't be upset. Like it's okay to be upset at the fact that I want an easy mode for Elden Ring, but there isn't one. That's okay. But to take a stance of like, so From Software needs to change that. Like, no. From Software just needs to make the games that they want to make. And what you need to do is express your opinion and your thoughts and then move on. That's more from like I'm viewing it from an artist's perspective where it's like there's nothing wrong with giving criticism towards something, but I do think it becomes wrong when people, they become, again, it's this irrational bubble of like it has to be this way, and if it's not this way, it will not be okay. It will never be okay. It's like, bro, calm down. All right? Calm down. Masochist Mode, you're saying, I always say this, but Spider-Man 2 was a good game. It just could have been so much better, especially considering 300 million. Dude, to be honest, the more I think about that 300 million, I think something went wrong in the middle of Spider-Man 2's development. I'll be honest. Because, like, they did use the same city, basically. They added a section to it, of course, but I don't know how you spend $300 million on Spider-Man 2. I really don't. Like, I feel like the only way that happens is if something went very wrong at some point during development. Yeah, I mean, you're right. It could include the marketing. The marketing did go hard, and marketing is very expensive. So it could be that would explain it. But I don't understand, dude. If a game like Ghost of Yotei and Tsushima, who they also had heavy marketing cycles, if they can hit 60 mil, I mean, I don't understand. I would love a breakdown, truthfully. Like I really would. I'm fascinated at the idea of like, okay, so Spider-Man 2 was in development for 5 years, give or take. And I think it's about 5 years, assuming it began development right after 2018 wrapped up. How do you like how does that 300 million break down? Where's it going? Um, I have no doubt that some of it was probably mismanaged. Uh, I think that's one of the things that Sony. I don't know. They Hiroki Totoki in the past has kind of talked about that, about how they want to get their budgets under control. And you think about like, I just can't. I keep thinking when we talk about budgets, I keep thinking about Neil Druckmann kind of flexing the fact. I don't know if it's a flex or if he's saying it nervously, but he's like saying like, yeah, this is going to be the most expensive game we ever made. And I'm like, what? Like, how are you guys feeling about the online reception then? Or how are you feeling about the general reception to your first trailer? Because I'm not gonna lie, dude. If I was not, I would be sweating at least a little bit. I'd be like, dude, do you know how much money we put into this and people are hating? Like, I hope they deliver, dude. The way Neil Druckmann talks about it, he makes, I think, my hope, and this is just my hope personally, I hope Neil Druckmann and Naughty Dog make me and many other people look stupid. I do. I genuinely hope for that. And the reason for that is simple. When I say make us look stupid, I'm talking about like the fact, oh my God, how could we even doubt? How could there be any doubt that this was going to be anything less than just an awesome game? Um, that's what I'm hoping for. And I'm not sure why anybody wouldn't be hoping for that. I don't, putting aside all the political nonsense that people want to bring into it, I'm just saying that when it comes down to it, it's like, here you go. We made a fucking awesome, spectacular game that isn't trying to impose anything on you, and it feels incredible to play. And it's like some of the highest production value on the market. Enjoy. If that's what we get, I would love that because it would like I just want to see. And that's what I'm hoping for with Wolverine too. Frankly, actually, putting Intergalactic aside, I hope Wolverine shuts everybody the fuck up, including me. I hope when we see it, Insomniac is like, "Oh, you bitches, you doubted us. Oh, you thought you knew." Like, dude, I saw people referencing the leaks again. They're like, "Yeah, man, the combat in those leaks looked pretty basic and pretty simple." I'm like, dude, I hope Insomniac just fucking blows it up, man. And they're like, "Oh, you thought. You really thought, didn't you?" That'd be amazing. Um, I would love for that. Like, I have my own personal doubts. I have my own personal, I guess you could say, reservations or skepticism that I want nothing more. Kind of like what Josh was saying, like Insomniac, Sony, please choke slam me through a table and make me realize that I deserve this for doubting the way I did or for having that skepticism. Like just destroy it, you know? First thing we see, Wolverine fucking ripping somebody in half. Dude, my whole thing, the big thing I hope is captured in Wolverine that I'm so like they gotta get like this is one part of the game that they have to get right. And it's gonna get me so excited. Um is Wolverine's Berserker Rage. Kind of like Kratos, very similar in some ways, but even more intense to a degree. Like I want to see like you guys remember that scene in Logan when he takes that serum and it kind of makes him like young again for a little bit and he's fucking running through the woods screaming, ripping people to shreds. I'm like, dude, we need that energy with this game, bro. Like that's the energy I want to see. Um or like when Logan is dude, can we just take a moment to acknowledge that Logan is like one of the best movies, bro? It is one of like I think about that movie anytime I think about Wolverine. I'm like Deadpool and Wolverine was incredible, and I'm excited that Hugh Jackman's back as Wolverine in the MCU. But goddamn, Logan was peak. Um, yes, Chris, there is a state of play tomorrow. There is a state of play tomorrow. No joke, it's happening tomorrow. I will be streaming it. It's confirmed that we're getting 5 minutes of Saros gameplay, 35 minutes of third-party indies, and more PlayStation Studios titles. I don't know if that's a good thing to say, but in the leaked alpha demo of Wolverine, the combat was very similar to God of War. That's not a bad thing, in my opinion. If they can make the combat feel similar to God of War, but even more brutal, like I'm looking for the brutality. That's I don't know why. Like it's not because I just like gore for the sake of it. It's just because to me that I don't know. I don't want Wolverine to feel like truly invincible or anything like that. Obviously, you're gonna have to have some level of challenge. He's not gonna be invincible, but I just want to have those moments, where it's like your health is low, you're all beat up, and but your I don't know, your berserker rage bar is full. And yeah, maybe you click L3 and R3 to activate and you can just fucking just wreck shit, dude. Uh I just hope for that. And I hope it feels kind of heavy. That's one thing I hope for. When we think about like that Wolverine game, X-Men Origins Wolverine, that Activision published, that's considered, I think, like one of the best Wolverine games, if not the best. But the thing about that game, if I recall, because it's been a long time since I played it, but that game felt you felt very fast like it didn't feel very weighted. Now, I think that was kind of like how they had to do that game design at the time. But that's when I think of God of War gameplay, like God of War 2018 and Ragnarok, that's kind of the difference, right? The separating factor is if you go to the original God of War games, it feels more arcadey. And that arcade like feeling is due to, I would say, the overall speed and how you don't. Kratos feels light, dude. Like he feels like he can just zip around and he's, you know, you're not very rigid, there's not much weight to it. I feel like in God of War 2018 and Ragnarok, that's really the biggest change is you feel more grounded. You feel like, you know, while Kratos is still obviously a beast, he's not like zipping around. You're not like
Prissy
doing
Pat Pat
double
Sucka.
or triple jump.
Play my world premiere. Erfan and Wes are anxious. Don't let Colt win. Hesty gusting and releasing juices on my album in this channel.
Releasing juices on my album. Rich, what are you even talking about at this point, man? I love how I'm in the middle of trying to talk about Wolverine gameplay. And he's like, you know what? You know what, though, MBG? I think this is the right time to drop this donation. Rich, I told you, bro. You have there's two options. Yo, Bucks just straight up says he wants to ban you. So we got two options. We either hit 75 members and I'll play it at the end. And if not that, then I'll play it in the next members lounge. Accept it, Rich. You may not like it, but you have to accept it. Hugh Jackman has been busy in the studio recording them grunts, roars, and aggressive anger. Oh, man. Hear me out. Bring up the Wolverine bar scene and watch. Let's get hyped. Which bar scene, Irfan? There's a couple. Also, it depends on what you're talking about. Because if you're talking about anything from the movies, I can't play anything from the movies. It's like an instant copyright. But I'm just saying, like, I want Wolverine gameplay for PS5 to have that weight to it, but also just that viciousness, where you feel the weight of every like swing or whatever. Guys, hold on, I'll be right back. All right. Sorry about that. Last of Us 3 leak from Daniel RPK just came in. Oh, shit. Hold on. I'm gone for what, like 20 seconds? See if I can find it. Is it even on the Gaming Leaks Rumor subreddit yet? That's usually where I go for leaks. No, I don't think it is. The latest leak I see is from 1 hour ago. Argos UK has leaked the price of the ROG Xbox Ally, £500. That's true, Irfan. Saying no, it just came up at the 4 minute and 2 second mark. Oh, so you're saying like literally right now they just gave more info? Well, if you could share what it is that's being said, definitely be curious. Yeah, I do wonder what's going on with The Last of Us Part 3. Um, what in the fuck? Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Check his Twitter. Let's see. The Last of Us 3 scoop in the link. Oh, so it is paywalled. Yeah, you just posted that 7 minutes ago. Damn it. Yeah, I'm not part of his pay. Now I see what you mean. Yeah. So we should at some point. No, Rich, you weren't actually timed out. You weren't actually timed out. We should find out in the next hour or so. I wonder what it is. You know, the timing of it's really interesting to me because we were talking earlier about Ashley Johnson showing up in that Naughty Dog content. I know. I know. But yeah, we saw Ashley Johnson was back in the mocap suit, and I it was I don't know, it was very recent. Like it wasn't old footage, so I don't know. I don't know. Let me check the PS. No. Shit. All right. Now, yeah, I guess I'll just wait around for that to pop up. I am very curious. MBG, here are the time comparisons between what was stated in the PlayStation blogs versus the actual state of play durations. Oh, this is interesting. Tarnish, you're saying January 2024. They say around 40 minutes. It was 43 minutes. May 2024. They said it was going to be 30 minutes. It ended up being 35 minutes. September 2024, they said it was going to be 30 minutes. It ended up being 39. Dude, that's crazy. So in September 2024 state of play, they straight up lied. It's like, actually, it's going to be 40 minutes, bro. We're telling you it's 30, it's going to be 40. That's a lot. February 2025, 40 minutes is what they told you. It ended up being 46. June 2025. Oh, that's another crazy one. That's the craziest one by a mile. In June of 2025, in the last state of play, they said in the blog post it would be 40 plus minutes. It ended up being 55 minutes. God damn. Good work, Tarnished. I mean, that's crazy. There are multiple instances where these stated plays are or like anywhere between 10 to 15 minutes longer than they say. What was it that they showed at the September 2024 stated play that it was 9 minutes longer than they said? Irfan, you're saying, okay, I got the Last of Us news. It's Lev casting for season 3. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Really? That's the scoop? Bro, that's... no offense. This isn't towards you, Irfan, but that sucks. Like, who even cares about that? I thought when he said The Last of Us 3, I thought he was talking about the game. Oh, my God. All right. You know what? I mean, that's fine. You know, everybody's got to run their business. You know, it's no ill will. I don't know much about this person. I know that they get scoops and stuff. Guys, we're going to need a 20 bomb. We're going to need 20 memberships right now. I'll give you my latest scoop. I'll give it to you now. The scoop is you drop a 20 bomb. I'll do my reps listening to Rich Rod's diss track. I think it's safe to say the state of play will be longer than 35 minutes by a good margin. Yeah, I think so. It's seeming that way, Tarnished. It's seeming that way. You're saying Daniel RPK is more of a movie/TV insider. Yeah, I thought when I read Last of Us 3, I thought it was the game. If I had known it was about the show, I couldn't care less. I'm gonna be honest. Man. I really couldn't care less. I don't think the completionist in me is like you have to force yourself to watch season 3 of The Last of Us, HBO. You have to finish it. I don't think I'm gonna be able to. I think the completionist in me is just gonna have to deal with the fact that I literally could not be less interested. I did not like season 2 at all, and I could tell you, man, season 3 is purely focused on Abby. It's like I'm good. Even Druckmann was like, "Peace, bro. I want to go work on Intergalactic." Even Druckmann's had enough, man. He's like, "I'm unknown, bro. Ain't no way." All right, guys, what do you say? We'll just keep the stream going. We'll just stream into tomorrow. I'm about to just retitle this stream and put up a new thumbnail, and I'm gonna download the last like 4 or 5 stated plays, stitch them together, and then just play them on repeat until I'm ready to stream again tomorrow. Just keep the stream going. Of course you didn't like season 2. You didn't even like the second game. Dude, this season 2 of the show makes the game look fucking incredible from a story perspective. Dude, like after I finished season 2 of The Last of Us HBO, I was like, I looked at the game and like perhaps I judged you too harshly. Now, granted, there were some solid moments in season 2 for HBO, just like the game. But oh my god. Yeah, that's true, Ray. That's true. That's copyright hell right there. I gonna be a dad. Neil directed the best episodes. Yeah, now he's not involved with season 3. He's like, you know what? I don't know what you guys want me to do here. Yeah. I mean, Ellie in The Last of Us season 2, Bella Ramsey, just listen, man. Bella Ramsey was just the wrong casting choice. She was a good choice for season 1, atrocious choice for season 2. They needed to recast her. Well, Leia's having a good time with that catnip. Why would he call it Last of Us 3? I mean, I think we know why. Bella Ramsey wants to play Spider-Man. What? Oh, by the way, Christopher Judge said that he hasn't heard anything about being considered for the role of Kratos in the show. So, but he did say that he hopes whoever does get cast loves the game and the character as much as we do. Oh God, digital dude. You're saying, come on, MBG, it's still better than 99% of the junk on TV. You're saying Bella's great. It's not her fault how bad the writing is. I don't know, Pragmatic Cat. That's a bridge too far for me. But, you know, I don't feel the need to, like, hate on it or anything. I'm just like, yeah, Leia's going crazy, dude. She said that she wants to be casted as Spider-Man. I believe you. I believe you. I do. Leia's literally trying to get inside. She's trying to put her whole body inside of this catnip bag. You dropped your catnip, Leia. Oh my God, she's getting crazy. You're saying Google it. Bella Ramsey expressed interest in playing Spider-Man during a recent interview with Variety, saying she could be Spider-Man, but also acknowledging that Tom Holland is doing a great job and that perhaps a new superhero role would be better for her. She also admitted that the only Marvel movie she'd seen before the interview was the one with Andrew Garfield, The Amazing Spider-Man. Okay, well, you're right. She did say that. Why'd you guys have to bring? Oh my God, Leia, you're getting it everywhere. Why'd you guys have to bring this up? Don't trigger MBG. Bro, she's going crazy. Never saw Leia so animated.
You have 2 world premieres. One from 2 days ago on SopTweet and today on the 4chan tweet. Don't disappoint the community. Especially Wes and Irfan.
Irfan, am I saying your name wrong, by the way? Is it Irfan? Is that how you say? Is it Irfan or Irfan? Because if it's Irfan, I'm still calling you Irfan. I'm going to be honest. You know what? Don't even answer that question. Just pretend I didn't even ask. It's Irfan. I like Irfan better. I'm sorry. It's been too long. The time to change has come and passed. Rich, God damn it, man. Like, what don't you understand? I'm going to need more memberships if you want me to play your world premieres. Okay? Like, I do make the rules, but I have to make this rule. All right? Don't make me beg. Don't make me beg. Listen, Steven dropped 50 memberships earlier. You guys are making him do it all on his own. What's... Meanwhile, Digital Dude in the chat just being like, so, guys, got an important question to ask. What's the best female gaming character to goon to? It's important information. He's going to write everything down. Stop being rude. You have 57 today. That equates to 6 world premieres. 6 world premieres? Richard, you're out of your goddamn mind, bro. 6. This guy said 6 world premieres. Irfan means knowledge in Persian. Well, I'm American, and as an American, I say Irfan. fan. You hear me? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. See, now you're messing me all up. I can't even speak normally now. I can't even speak correctly. I apologize, Irfan. That sounds so wrong to me, though. I've gotten so used to calling you Irfan. That's saying Irfan. Irfan. Yeah, I can't do it, man. I can't do it. Vanilla. Wow. Miku fan was ready. Vanilla from Nico Para. Miku fan's on the same wavelength as Digital Dude right now. Prince says I have Persian friends. Irfan. It does. It sounds majestic. Oh, dude, Leia's just passed the. She just passed the fuck out, bro. She's like, you know what? I'm kind of tired now. Oh, it's all good, Ray. No, truthfully, we're gonna be wrapping up in just a couple minutes. But Rich, like I said, Rich, next members lounge. Her eyes are literally closed, bro. Like, did she literally pass out? Are you good? Oh my god, dude, she's toasted. Taking the little lady out. We've been together for 13 years, but married for soon to be 1 year. Well, congratulations, Ray. That's good stuff, bro. Rich says, rude, what if I can't make it? Who knows, Rich? Maybe tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Well, I don't know. Maybe I could play one. Maybe I could just do one for the reps. I tried, I tried to extract more out of it, but what did you say? What tweet is it on, Rich? Actually, just give me your Rich. Make this easy for me. Give me your Twitter handle again. I always forget it. All right, hold on. All right, so we have Fruity in the Booty. Rich, how in the fuck are you gonna send me a song earnestly, dead ass serious, called Fruity in the Booty and be like, play it, bro? Play that shit. Do it right now. Like, you're saying sorry, wrong link. Oh, no, that's Ray saying that. We're going to hit 100 memberships. You want to play something called Fruity in the Booty, you're going to have to hit 100 memberships, bro. Let's see. What others? Xbox poisoned my console. All right. Now, maybe that's something we can get on with here, Rich. Fruity in the Booty. What the hell is this guy sending me? I'm going to have to listen to that one on my own time and figure out what's going on there before I play that shit on my channel. Guys, I'm going to do a couple reps. We're going to listen to this song called Xbox Poisoned My Console. So I don't know what that's going to sound like, but if you want to donate anything more while I'm doing these reps and we're listening to this, whatever this is, now is the time to do it because we're going to wrap it up. All right, here we go. Yo, just want to say, Rich, this is a long song. This is like 4 minutes. That's a rich rod tax. That's another rich. That's 10 more memberships, bro.
They sold on a silver plate. The controllers cracked under all that hate. Plastic promises in a green parade. Now my wallet's broke, I'm betrayed. Copious foot, you're the name they chant. Preaching dreams that can't even stand. XP poison my console, yeah. Took my joy, left me bare. $1,000 for their despair. You deserve this. I don't care. Fanboys screaming, the echoes loud, building thrones on a digital cloud. Every pixel's a knife, every ad's a vow. Can't escape it, but I don't know how. Sad and miserable, eternity waits. You pave the road to these gaming gates. Should be banned, exiled, erased, but you sit on your hill. Unfair. XP poisoned my console, yeah. Took my joy, left me bare. $1,000 for their despair. You deserve this. I don't care. Bright lights, their mask, their shame. Twisting art, playing their game. Soft hands, ruling still. Breaking what was real. Pronounce whispered, games now bleed. Twisted minds, plant the seed. Fruity in the booty, tearing down the car. They love the words, but we crave war. Fruity in the booty, games turn to dust. They break the sacred, betray our trust. Cold with this mirror, chasing the glow. Hitting those whispers, seeds they sow. Fingers soft, no callous grab. Destroy the hell, let it flow. Pixels fade, their sweet decree. What once was bold now bends the knee.
Well, once again, Rich Rod, thank you for gracing us with what is clearly another masterpiece titled Fruity in the Booty. Gotta say, when I see a title like that, I do not expect it to, basically sound like Sepultura. You know what, though? I gotta say, Fruity in the Booty sounds better. I like that one better than Xbox Poisoned My Console. Fruit Nugget Rain? Did we play this one? What?
Proud and loud, they scream their name. Fruit nuggets rain, destroy the flag.
Fruit Nuggets Rain. Okay. Rich Rod's cooking. He's cooking the W's, bro. Yeah, we played that one before. Yeah, Rich, if you make any more, probably not for this stream, but a couple of metal bands that you can type in for, certain sounds. You could do Lamb of God, Meshuggah, do some Pantera maybe. It's a little bit different from the ones I just listed, but all right. Well, there we go. I had to cut the reps a little short there because I was like, there's no way I'm lifting to a song called Fruity in the Booty. Just, I can't, look, man, there's just some lines I can't cross. Okay. Great closing. There we go. The Rich Rod tax is in effect, though. So, guys, tomorrow we're going to be doing a nice long stream for the State of Play. Rich Rod owes like 20 memberships, bro. So 25 at this point. Somebody's going to have to drop those for him tomorrow. But, guys, that is going to wrap up this stream. What a way to end it. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for hanging out with me. I want to give a big thank you to everybody who dropped any support. We're ending at 57 members, so thank you for that. Big shout out to Steven Leon. He came in and dropped 50 memberships for you guys. What a legend. So hopefully he'll be able to watch the State of Play with us tomorrow, and all you guys here will be able to tune in. Thank you for dropping any super chats, direct donations. I can only do what I do here because you guys make it possible. Dwayne, I ordered it from a random seller on Amazon, and it can no longer be purchased. I think it just came from China. So, yeah, I know that's a disappointing answer, Dwayne, but I got it many years ago. But I also want to give a shout out to Devil Shooter. Devil Shooter does the timestamps in the comments for you guys. So if you guys see him down there, give him some thanks, show him some love. I know he appreciates it. And let me end this poll here. Let's see the results. Rate your hype level for tomorrow's State of Play. We got 800 votes. 37% of you are rating it 4 out of 4, which is the highest it can go, obviously. 31% saying 3 out of 4. 19% saying 2 out of 4. And only 13% of you are saying 1 out of 4. So the hype for tomorrow's State of Play is pretty high, higher than it normally is. So here's hoping it's going to be a good one. Here's hoping, guys. But all right, that does it. My only other request is as you are heading out, make sure you hit that like button if you didn't already. And that's going to do it for the video, guys. Or for the stream, sorry. I did put out a video earlier. You can go check that out. And that's it. All right. So, guys, please enjoy the rest of your day. I'll see you back here tomorrow. And until then, take care, everyone.